Evening, ladies and gents. Welcome back to this week's GKP Live. I hope everybody's good and had a good week up to press. As you can see, we are rocking it and rolling it solo this evening until later on when hopefully we should have a few more people joining us. We're going to kick off the show this week with a little bit of a touch on a couple of subjects and a couple of issues which have arisen within some of the discussions that we've had in the past couple of weeks. I feel there may be a few individuals or organizations and event holders that may be a little bit upset with some of the content that's been used and been discussed and talked about within the GKP Live. Just to set the record straight, not all these views and not all these opinions are solely mine. They are a group of individuals' opinions, and that is exactly what they are. Opinions. The format that we have and that we put out there is a topic of discussion. The topics of discussion are brought up by the members that come to watch on a weekly basis and the members that take part on a weekly basis. At no point is there any malice or ill intent or any, that's the best way of putting it, any nastiness being aimed at any one individual. So for all those who may have been a little bit disgruntled by any of the comments, I say this to you: bring yourselves on, come and have your say. I provide a platform, and that is merely all I do. A platform is there for everybody and anybody to make use of. If you have an opinion you would like to put opinion across but you aren't capable of coming on, please send me an anonymous post and I will read it out on your behalf. That way, then, we can allow those people that would like to have their say without being identified. So that is just a little quick of a little bit of a disclaimer in a sense to hopefully try to set out a little bit of a few of the issues that some people may have had. It's nothing being said that people aren't discussing and people aren't talking and people aren't saying in the koi community throughout. There may be things and issues that individuals don't agree with, which I can completely understand. And I challenge those people that disagree to come on and have their say. And that way, then, you can put your point across. And hopefully, fingers crossed, from the whole combination together as one, we can move forward and make things like some of the topics which we've talked about a better thing and a better, all-round events for everybody. That's the whole idea behind the actual sitting back and having a natter and a chat and talk about things as we do week in, week out. No malice, no ill intent, not from myself and not from any of the guests that I've been on. It's just a little bit of a discussion and a talk about, and people are passionate about it. And why shouldn't we be passionate about having ourselves within this hobby and talking about what we're proud to be a part of? Passion's a good thing in my eyes. Anyway, Lebo, I see you there in the background, mate. I don't think it's appropriate that we keep having you on whilst you're at work, mate. So if you want to come and join us whilst you're not at work, that'd be greatly appreciated. I think it would be more better suited that you was actually at home rather in your work environment whilst you're on the live show. Jig says there, I 100% agree. I genuinely don't. There is no ill intent from myself, and I don't really want people thinking that Gaz has got nothing but a bad thing to say about everything that's out there, because that isn't anything couldn't be any further from the truth. I have loved each and every single one of the shows that I've been involved in. I have enjoyed every single show that I have been to. Is there any way that it could be made better? Yeah, of course there is. No matter who you are, no matter what you do, there is always room for improvement. Constructive criticism is a good thing. So that being said, should be taken in that manner and that manner alone. But for all those that have been offended or have been upset, if there isn't anything that I have said that has upset you, I do apologize. It wasn't my intentions to upset anybody. It was merely my opinion, of which I am greatly entitled to. Here we go. We've got our Ryan here. Good evening, mate. Hope you're well, bud.
Hello, mate. How you doing? All right, thank you.
Yeah, good. I don't know. I'm lying. I'm absolutely whacked, mate. I'm proper worn out. I'm exhausted. I didn't get in this morning until 4:45 this morning with my son suspected broken ankle, and we dropped him off at hospital. And then I'd been work all day, and then I drove around half of Manchester, and then come back, and then I thought, God damn it! I come in, got changed, and I just linked up bed and went. And then, when you wake up, I felt like absolute shit. So I didn't feel good for having a sleep. I should have probably waited till later on. But anyway, as I was just saying, then Ryan, this is the platform for people to come in and have a natter and a chat, as it says within the description. And this is a place where we can sit and chat about our koi pans, plans, up-and-coming events, etc. A general talk about the hobby and pastime. Feel free to join and ask if you wish to take part. That is exactly what it's about. So
it is,
that's what we do. We enjoy it. We're passionate about it. And anybody that wants to come in and put their, or like I said, anybody that feels that they couldn't or can't, there is other means. You can always contact me at gazzaskoipond1@virginmedia.com. Drop me an email, drop me your views, your comments, your bits that you want to put across, and I will read them out on your behalf. I think that is a fair way to make people's voices be heard, should they not have the means to be able to come on or do it themselves.
No, and to be honest, guys, I think about having an open playing field in this hobby as well. You know what I mean? I'm thinking this is for any hobby or, discussion we can ever have about anything else. You're entitled to your own opinion at the end of the day. Another opinion, it doesn't mean that them opinions meet up. I know obviously every topic we've been discussing the last few weeks is very 50-50. It's very black or white.
Yeah.
And I think obviously, we've both heard a few rumours that a few certain people aren't very happy about it. But I mean, I'm not going to go into it. But yeah, some of the stuff I've heard is just absolutely ridiculous. I don't think at any point we've sat there and assassinated it, really. It's just, again, having a bit of freedom of speech. But like we've said as well, from my side, if I've said any comments that have been out of turn, it's something that I'm willing to invest in and put right myself, and actually come across and say, look, I don't, I think this might be wrong with it, but I'm trying to build it up at the same time by investing time and money into, obviously making a physical change as well. It's about driving the hobby forward at the end of the day, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, totally, mate. Totally agree. The things, for example, how many people sat there and said the best non-go sanke, and that was not in any way, shape, or form turning around and saying that they don't think that was the best go sanke. I thought the Akamatsuba, but I have gone round. We've always gone round, me, Daz, Vicky, anybody that I've been with when we've gone to shows, and we've always walked around them and gone, oh, God, that's the best fish for me. Yeah. I don't make us right. It's just the fish that we like. It's the same as me coming to exclusively koi and going, oh, Ryan, you think those are the best 4 fish that you've put in bowl, but I like that one there because that's what I like, and that's what makes it all different, isn't it? I mean, yes, technically that fish that you've picked out might be the better fish. Yeah. But if it don't float my boat, it ain't no good in my pond, is it? Because I'm not going to enjoy looking at it and appreciating it as you do in the manners that you've explained or talked about or looked at when you tell me about the fish that you've selected.
Honestly, I've had that conversation with so many people, funny enough, just on that topic as well, where they've said to me, oh, you pick me a fish. I said, listen, it's all right, mate, you're a fish, but if you don't listen, I said, you have to look at the thing every day, and it's all right, but you do get a lot, again, people that will buy fish because they want to see them every day and they enjoy them, and that's what they look at. Or you've got these people that have to have a specific type of fish that to everybody else is a good fish, but they might not particularly like it themselves. And again, it's freedom of speech, I suppose, if you want to call it like that. But yeah, you have your own opinion and what you want to do in that.
That's it.
You'll learn this more, guys. I've been, when we go to Japan, you'll see a different world of how to select fish and what happens out there. You'll just see a different world. It's a different, just a completely different.
Well, I've been watching that, the one I took the little clip out of, and you can see it right there in that little video there. That's from a bloke from Thailand that's put out a video, and you think, my God, he's shown everything totally different to any other videos that I've seen about the All Japan show from last year. And he goes around everything, even shows the pictures from the grand champions that have been from years gone by. And you can see the progressive of the posters all the way through, and you think, wow. And then these fish where you'd think, no way on this earth did that fish get a prize and get given something, an achiever. It looked like it had been slapped in the face with a shovel, but a beautiful fish. But that's just That's just my opinion. And we sat there watching. I think, oh, that fish's head don't look right. Don't look right shape. But it got.
Do you know what, though, guys? This year I'll get some footage at the Old Japan, and you will see again that transition at the Old Japan. They put every year the award winners are put up in year by year, and you can see again the transition of the hobby. And this is one thing about the topics we've been talking about recently is, the transition of making a change, and you can see the change in the physical development of the koi throughout the years. The Old Japan GCs at Old Japan now, you talk about body, body mass, physical size, it's all there. You can see it.
And
is incredible.
From how they were years gone by, Ryan, there's a hell of a lot of difference. Now they look like proper units, don't they? All Absolutely. The fish look jacked up, like roid heads. And I don't mean in that, I'm not meaning that in a nasty sense, but they literally do look like bodybuilding fish in comparison to what they were 10, 15, 20 years ago, from what you see on each one of those grand champions that were up on there. And it just, they look like underfed in comparison. No, but I mean, in the sense of this, exactly. That's what I mean. This is where it could go wrong. They look like these fish that you see now. They look proper jacked. Do you know what I mean? Whereas the other fish look a lot more slender, longer, lengthier fish, as opposed to the big units, big shoulders, proper, broad backs on them. And you're thinking the step from that to that. And me and Crafty were watching it, and you look at it and thought, Jesus Christ, man, how the fish have changed throughout so many years and different breeding and different bloodlines and what have you is unreal. And that were a bit of an eye-opener, because I seen fish that Jeff showed me. Jeff Lee's showed me fish that he used to show. And fish back then when he used to show them might have been 55, 60 cm, but they were considered big fish. But now, 55, 60 cm, you can get in that in Tosai. Jumbo Tosai, obviously, but it's mad.
It's an average size Nissa, and that's the thing. When I sort of relate to what we've got in England right now, and I know you can't compare the two because you're competing in Japan, highest possible caliber going. I think, but when I look round and see where our GCs are standing at the moment, and again, that you can say it's about money and transitions and stuff like that. Genuinely, I think we're probably 10 or 15 years behind where Japs are. You'll see that in the fish. Like I said, I'll make a physical video for us so we can post it on the group one night, and you'll see the difference of the fish and the ages. I think it was in the years of probably, I don't know, I feel like saying 2002, 2003 maybe. It was somewhere around that year when you start to see the physical change in the fish, when the mass started coming. Not size, we got the mass. You could see the body structure started to change on fish. The caliber of it.
Big,
skin
powerful shoulders stacked up in front of,
And then after that, it was then probably mid 2012 to 2015 when it really went up another gear. And you start seeing the GCs that was winning then of late over the last sort of 5 or 6 years. They're just, the last, I think not last year before, the Mariama that won GC, just absolutely incredible.
Was that I think the one that we watched, there was Dainichi was there. I think it was Dainichi, and he was one of the judges, but he was showing it's like this Sankey that he'd got, and he said this at 2 years old, no sumi at all. 3 years old, no sumi at all. 4 years, bang. And he showed the pictures up on his phone, on the mobile phone that he got in his hand, like a quick glance at it, but then it was put on the screen as well for you to see the difference of those, like second year, third year, and the fourth year, and it taking champion in that show. And it was like, wow, man, you wouldn't have even believed it was the same fish with the difference and how much it changed. And that's how we've. And I know it takes us into another subject, but how you guys say when you say trust the process. Find a fish. This is what it's going to do. This is what it's going to develop. This is how it's going to become, because that bloodline, and that fish might not have any sumi at all, showing nothing even visible, but that it's going to come from what you know about that bloodline. And that were a bit of an eye opener. I saw Omio's post the other day for a Tansho shower, and did you see it? Did you see that shot that he put up? Mate, it was unreal. It had no belly spot.
The funny thing is, guys, that's how I've already purchased that fish.
Have you? But when he showed that fish, Well, at first glance, it just looked like a Shura Watsuri. And I was like, that's not a tancho. And then it moved into the next stage of the fish, and you could just see a little bit of development coming through. And then the next stage, and it was coming through. And then the final little chapter of his story that he put on Facebook. And I looked at him and thought, God damn, I got to watch that again. That's not the same fish. And then I checked all the sumi patterning and thinking, wow, it is. When you looked and studied closely, I paused it on the actual thing, and you could see the sumi spot underneath. But to see sumi come up like that, from that to being so vibrant, and the spot being so, I don't know if any of you have seen it, but man, it was mint, proper, beautiful fish.
Do you want to send your video, guys?
Yeah, go on if you've got it. I'll just read this out from Ryan Clarkson. But feel free to read this, guys. I know you mean guys. I think people have views on how other people do koi keeping, and people taking different fish to the national, which other people don't agree. How people do things in the pond, I think if people don't agree with what other people do, but there's going to be some positives and negatives. But I guess other people have got their way, and others. People won't agree. I think people should support other people's channels and give everybody the chance. That's what I think. I think that's mine. That's my view, guys. I thought they were a bit missing, mate. That's my view, guys. I totally agree, mate. I think, if anything, more than absolutely anything, the whole koi community needs more support from everybody supporting each other. That's one of the biggest letdowns I personally feel there is about the koi community. The fact that there has been in the past, there's been a lot of backlash. There has been a lot of he said, she said, you said, we said, they said, we did, all that crap. I think all that should be put to one side. The first time I ever did go to a show, like I've said before it passed, I sat there and stood there and spoke with a chap. And that guy was just like an open book. He just turned around, listened. He thought, there's two people that are really interested. They want to know what I do and what I go through. And we were asking him question after question, and he just went out like an open book and just blur. It all just come out, and it was like, wow, can't believe you spend that much. I can't believe you do that much. And then he's showing us pond and thinking, God damn, it's bigger than my old goddamn house and garden put together just for the pond. And you think, this
is the thing for me, guys. I said about the whole breeder thing and everything else. I want it's more of an understanding of, and this is not about, again, criticising anybody that we've been talking about recently. And the topic is obviously the koi show thing, which is fine. Everyone's entitled to their own views, but it's more from my side of it is make an understanding for people to learn. That's the biggest thing that it's all about. Yeah, it's not about anything else. It's not about he said, she said, this is right, that's wrong. Generally, from a learning process, if you're a hobbyist questioning something, what's happened around that show, there should be somebody from that judging panel that should be able to turn around and give you freedom of speech, or be able to do it, like I said, do a seminar, something of them qualities, to actually turn around and say, look, this is why that's done that. So you can, again, you can learn from their side what they're seeing, but then from a trade industry side of it, somebody else turn around and say, like a breeder, what we wanted to do for next year. Let a breeder stand up and say, look, this is what, mate, that's what the problem is. He's letting someone else come on and say, look, this is what I want to learn from. Have a seminar, talk about a certain type of fish, or again, as we were discussing that Tancho show, guys, what people see in it, or what the process is. Again, it's about learning. It's not about assassinating.
To be talked through that, to know that that fish is going to do that, and how, and the understandings of what, why, where, and whens. It's knowledge, isn't it? And knowledge is power. You can go out there and pick a fish with that information that you've been taught and been given, and have a little bit more understanding of the bloodlines, etc., and all the rest of it. It's that, to me, to get that kind of thing across in a seminar kind of thing. Man, it'd be that. I think that's for
the people that can't physically get to Japan, that can take that attitude and learn from. That's something I want to make as personal investment for the people that go to them shows to learn off, because that helps not only our hobby, it helps everybody. Yeah, everybody. It's not any, I don't care how much you know. For myself, I go to Japan every time and I want to learn something new. I've got the longest trip I've ever had coming up this October, and I genuinely, I have got more than enough in my head going around that I want to learn why I'm there this time.
Yeah.
And that's even me now. I've been traveling to Japan for 19 years. this year.
And still going with as an open book to learn all knowledge that you can.
Yeah, because that's what it's all about. Because then you don't develop as a person, you don't develop as a dealer, and you don't develop your eye better. I'm not being funny. I still want to sharpen my eye now to where it is to be able to select better fish.
Yeah.
To understand, again, there's so many new breeders now coming up, what their process is, what their thoughts are. Like the new dealers we're dealing with, like Yoshino and Yamaguchi, understanding from them what they've gone through as a process, as a person or a dealer, or how it all started for them, what they're using, what they find works for them, or generic.
Generic
Generic
pros. Generic pros and cons, I think you were going to say.
I take it, as I was just coming in, you were speaking about the Omeo Fujio.
Yeah, have you seen it? Did you see that show?
God.
Oh my God. It was mint.
I was nearly typing, how much is this worth to him?
As pros, and you were saying?
Yeah, before I got cut off. Just as a process, it's just physically learning. I don't honestly. There's people older than me that have probably been in the hobby longer than me. That's fine. I get that. But you can still learn something new every day, especially in this hobby. There's always something out there to make you learn year on year, or a better way or a better process of how you can do things. And that's, to me, what it's all about. Even me now, I've grown up in an industry that's evolved to me twice now. I think from, I was, again, grown up when I was really young with the earthquake that happened in Japan. That changed a lot of things in Japan.
2014.
Yeah, that changed a lot of things. There was one, even like before then, that changes things. Just it doesn't sound like it, but trust me, it does, because then, they lost all the parent fish. What happens then?
Yeah.
Boom. They have to start going down south for the parent fish because the fish was there. Then it was accessible. It was all a transition period of what happened. And even now, farms want to introduce Sakai, Momotaro, Dainichi. But don't forget, for some of them younger farms, it's not how do you put it? It's not like a rich man's world. The younger breeders are still like myself. They've still got to earn money, to invest money. They still have to, potentially save up to do certain aspects of the hobby. You can't just roll into Sakai and think, I'm going to drop on a 90 cm fish there today. That's like us going to get a mortgage for an house. Genuinely.
Yeah, exactly, mate. It's literally mega bucks, isn't it?
The fish houses alone, right? People think, all these breeders make all this money. An average fish house, just the cost of it from a company from start to finish, the poured concrete, the fiberglass, the boilers, everything, it's done by one company, 250 grand. That's just for one a high spec fish house. Yeah. So when you see like Shinto last year built a new fish house, you're roughly at that sort of ballpark cost.
Flipping it, just think how much
you have to buy the land on top of that. And then don't forget, breeders are on the highest tax bracket because it's classed as, farming production. They class it as like free money. Yeah, because of what they're doing. They're on the highest tax bracket. So actually, when you net it down, they're not making a lot of money. Bearing in mind, them breeders, I tell you now, are grafters. Like, they're at it every day. 7 days, they have no time off. Literally, like, they are literally working, harvest season. You think, they're just harvesting fish, having a nice time. They'll be up in the morning, draining mud ponds down, feeding fish, still checking out mud ponds that they've got to harvest in 2 weeks' time. They'll be going around doing that, tidying the farm up, getting up ponds prepared, fish coming in, serving customers all day. Then 2 to 3 weeks on from that, shipment start going out. So at nighttime, shift kicks in where they've got to start sending fish out. Nobody sees this physical process. And obviously, me being there this longer time,
you just see the grandness of it all, don't you? In YouTube clips, videos, and fish being bagged up, ready to go, and boxed up and ready. You don't see all the.
No.
I mean, imagine the process of literally going through somewhere like Dainichi's filtration systems. Imagine there must be a fair few of them that start on a Monday morning and don't even get quarter way through, and then looping back on themselves to start over again. And that's got to be immense, hasn't it? And that they all use relatively simple systems, don't they, as well? But it's still a hell of a lot of fish shit to clean.
Well, just at Dainichi in Nagata, you've got three women that work in office. You've got 2 lads in there continually editing photos and making certificates up. Yeah, that's full time.
Full-time photographer.
Then you look at the main fish house, don't have a lot of people in it really, but again, the maintenance, what they'll put to that. And every other fish house has probably got 2 to 3 members of staff full time in them all the time.
Yeah.
And they've got even like the trucks are numbered from 1 to whatever they are, because they've got that many of them, the little K trucks or whatever they've got, just because the sheer scale of it. Like they've got, it's a crazy operation. And you think for them guys, when they're doing auctions, they do one auction, they're starting up next auction because they're that big. They might be putting 200-300 fish in an auction. And they individually photograph, do them, settle them, feeding them up. And then you've got the process of them being shipped out and everything else. I mean, it's next level.
Yeah, it's mad, mate. I mean, I know in the schemes of what you're talking about there, mate, it's nothing. I've experienced some of the stuff that goes on down at New Forest Coy, and obviously when you're down there and you see what they do, they get up in the morning, first crack a round foot morning feed, and then you're going into one pond, you're netting that pond. Once you've netted that pond off, you're draining that pond down. Once you've drained that pond down, you're swilling it all out. You're drying it all off. You're prepping it ready to go. You're moving fish from one place to another fish. You're grading through thousands. And that, in the grand scheme of things, compared to some of the farms out there, is a drop in the ocean. But yet it keeps them constantly 100% busy, day in, day out, every day a week. And then go to an even smaller scale. Daz's little place, and Daz has got that little bit, and Vicky's little, that bit that she's doing. She's literally there every day a week, water changing Tamasaba, sorting out of tanks, sorting out of vats, water changing through everything, water changing her axolotls, water changing of 40 tanks inside her house, and it literally is a day-to-day routine of going through all that plus the horses and everything else. And then you've got Daz doing the same on his farm. He starts off on a Monday, does a couple of vats, does those 2 Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then you've got Saturday if he wants to make any improvements, Sunday if he wants to do a little bit extra, tidying out garden up, keeping everything on top, chip shape. And that's, they're this big in against this big. What they must go through on these farms is nuts. It's unreal.
It's the same amount of work, though, isn't it? It's just scale.
Yeah.
The work they're doing.
Yeah. If you allocate yourself twice a week to cleaning your filters and sorting out your ponds, and then you double that up, triple that up, quadruple it up, and escalate it up to the size and the scales of what these guys are doing over there, it's a full-time job.
Today, genuinely, we had a shipment move to Sidcup site today. This morning, Kev left with a full shipment of fish today. But from that period, I had 5 hours today, then just sorting through fish, just making new mixers, grading them, sorting to various ponds. That was literally on my own 5 hours. And around me again, got someone cleaning filters, changing water, doing all this stuff, shipment going out. It's a continual process. When you start doing it at any size and scale, it's like for them guys. Look at NND; they've actually said this year the goal is. They want toe tie up to like 50 plus, there and then. They've got the amount of work that creates extra in grading, selections. They have to keep narrowing that down all the time. The feeding levels, the maintenance, massive. To achieve. But then they wonder why them toes are that hit 50 plus. Look at what price they're then going to command. All the labour intensive, the food costs, eating costs, everything that's involved in them to get them to physically that size, that then comes into it. So, but then people will expect, they're expensive. Yeah, but they are. Look at them, the 50 centimetre toes are, they're probably on a different scale of quality. And that's what I'm saying. But so everything comes at a cost for them as well as a farm, because I know NND, for argument's sake, is massive. They haven't just got one site and a few, they've got 3 or 4 sites. They've got over 120 mud ponds. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
there's only 5 or 6 of them working there, like on a day-to-day scale. And they have to them ponds have to
just to go around and check those 120 odd mud ponds with 5 or 6 of them working. That in itself is one person's role for a day, isn't it? That every day a week.
You drive up the mountain, you drive down the mountain, you go up to another mountain, you drive down the mountain. It's just literally just like a boring process, but that's what they have to check. And that's just again part of. They think that breeders seem to have a summer off. People think that when shipping season finishes, breeders have time off. They just literally they don't.
Another little video we watched overnight, and I was blown up. I didn't know, but over in Japan they've got bears as well, aren't there? That go raiding the feeders. Bears going and ripping feeders apart to nick all food out of them. And I was saying, like, why don't they just move the scaffolding out and put it more out into the middle? And then I remembered, obviously, bears are comfortable with swimming, so they're just going to be kicked back, laid in there, and grabbing themselves a koi as well, aren't they? So they're just, it's just probably making things even worse. But
honestly, I forget. I never forget. I think NND, it might have been 1 or 2. It was about 2 seasons ago. They actually caught one in a trap. It was like a piece of
that was mentioned that and then release them elsewhere.
Well, I won't say release them is the right word, but somehow they do. Or roll them down a mountain, I suppose, if you want to call it that.
Release them off the edge of a cliff.
But yeah, that's the same thing. It's like anything, they put all the netting up and all the protection around the ponds. Again, that's that. Honestly, the work intensity to it. I wish somebody. Well, again, it's like anything. I ain't got the time to. I wish I could document it all through a thing of a day in a breeder's life, because I think you'd be gobsmacked.
Yeah, I mean, that would be some seriously decent content, mate, wouldn't it? To be able to see a day in the life of Dineacher, or a year's working alongside them, so you can experience what they all go through and what they all do.
I've got to say, like at NND, like the first couple of days I'll be there, they'll give you a full schedule of literally what's happening. Bearing in mind their schedule. Don't forget, a monopoly of it. You might have 120 mud ponds, but you've only got basically the tops at 6 weeks to get them all harvested. Obviously, that's giving you every day multiple days harvesting. You can't. There's no days to have a day off. There's no days you can go and miss or be ill. You've got to get up because you've got to come out regardless before snow starts coming. So it's very difficult. I
saw in the same video where they were mentioning about the bears, like they were asking him, and he was saying, how many pieces have you got in this pond? And this was half the size of a football pitch. This mud pond. 30 fish in there. And I'm thinking, that's how these guys do it. That's how they produce the body, the volume, and the mass. When they're dropping 30 little torsi in there and then harvesting them, year 1, year 2, putting them back out year 2 again, and then growing them on a bit longer, you're thinking, God damn, that whole mass of water is literally for 30 fish. Mm. Mind-blowing, man. Mind-blowing. What they actually do.
Must be special to keep at one in however many thousand to put it in a pond with just 29 others.
Well, that's what I mean. When they're going through those levels of fish, then you can see kind of what they've given that fish demands the price that comes with it. I mean, that's some serious selection going from 500,000 right down to 50.
Yeah,
more. Maybe even more numbers of spawns that they've selected and picked those fish out, down to 30 pieces that they're going to take to Sensei and grow it on to that sort of size. And you think those 30 pieces are in there. They've got all that massive lake, but that ain't no small task to even harvest a lake of that size. That's a chuffing, massive, great big net, and it's a big. Just doing those small ones with Rick, you actually get a bit of a realization how difficult it is to get all the fish, and you miss 80% of them. So you go for a second swoop again to net off some of that size. Jesus Christ! Man.
As I have to say, when I do it with Lee misses. That's loads by Lee does when we're in a pond together. We have to do it again. Well, even that though, you don't think as well. Bearing in mind some of these lads out there, like Takano, for argument's sake, he relies on me going to help him harvest because I can physically do it.
Yeah,
like as in he's 70 odd year old, like he can't pull a net round the pond. He's knackered. He's like literally like for him, it's just he needs somebody to work and do that process.
Do you have to wear a mask and snorkels? Like,
is that for depth?
Just for depth, like, and he gets to over your head.
There's no need to be like that.
The tallest fellas, have they?
Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. Dave says, "Go for it, guys. Try out. It would be brilliant content, man. If I went over there, I won't be coming back. That is for sure." What does Jigs put in there? I missed it. Simon says, "I think koi farming is completely different from koi keeping, as in a home pond. And to state the difference would be so many variables, so it becomes irrelevant." It's the same principle, mate, however you want to wrap it up. Cleaning filters is cleaning filters. Yes, the scale of what they would do it would be astronomical against what we do, but the principle is still the same, innit? Fish keeping is fish keeping.
Got to keep fish alive.
That's it, yeah. DT would love to see you in a mankini wrestling a bear in a mud pond. That's what you were laughing at.
There was beer coming out my nose.
This evening, guys, we have got, so I'll do it and I'll say it now, which gives you all chance, so that, and there'll be lots of little pings coming through. On the Gaz's Koi Pond community, there is the usual post that's been dropped in, as this week is going to be the Koi Dealer Appreciation for Perfect Aquatics, for the chance of you guys to pop in your pictures of your favourite fish that you've purchased from Perfect Aquatics. Feel free to share them, drop them in up the top, and then when we get to it later on in the evening, I'm not going to be having 500 pictures being dropped in at the last bit there. David Cook says, hi guys, not seen Skeg on the live. Well, you wouldn't do, mate, because this is the GKP. You would only see me on here because this is my channel. If you wanted to see Skeggy, you would have to go to Skegness Pond Supplies. And I do believe, mate, he's actually switched and moved from YouTube to TikTok, and you will find him if you go look there. I believe he's quite popular on there and does a lot of live content topics and chats on that stuff, mate. I don't know the name of the channel because I don't follow him.
Anyway, guys, I think you should share with everybody what I sent you on Tuesday
Have you
night.
sent it? Oh, right. This is a banger.
Your face, mate, when I seen you on screen, just dropped it.
Oh, mate, god damn. Yeah, I did. I actually watched it back just to see the reaction on my face. Yeah, I pretty much. I ain't got no poker face, haven't I?
We had
So
we did the filming for next auction, and we had to photograph some for the cover. You know, the cover photo that Lee does for his videos. And I thought I could not resist even photographing that. I was just like,
gosh, this is mint, mate. This for me, this is my kind of fish. Something like this. This is what I proper like. This has got me. I mean, I've got one of these somewhere. Don't know. I'm not quite sure where it is, but it's now part of a heron somewhere. But I do still own one. It's just no longer in the fish farm. But look at that. He sent me this picture saying, what do you think of that? Right in the middle of Crafty's auction. I was like, that is a banger, that, mate. 25 cm. But the look at would you say if you didn't know that were a right? What's your guess, Aaron, on size, length for that fish?
Oh, I would probably say if I didn't know it, it'd be like 17.
17 cm.
17. Yeah.
Oh, you think it's got, so you're more.
I don't think it's. I wouldn't have thought that was that big from that picture.
See, I thought that was more like a 35, 40 cm fish. That's got a big fish body profile to me, or a bigger fish body. There, Jig's gone with a 42. Dibs from the autistic says dibs. 100%, mate. That's a banger, isn't it? It's yours if you want it, if you bid the right price. But yeah, 25 cm. That's got a good
Is that how big it is? 25.
Yeah,
25. Yeah.
I just didn't think its eyes and stuff like that was big fish eyes. Yeah.
What about this one? Oh crap! That's the last little carrot dangler he sent me before it as well. Went wrong way. Yeah. What about that one? That's a banger, isn't it? Stunning. That almost looks like the lightning bolt pattern through the fish in the heat, doesn't it? And then with the sumi laid over top.
In the belly.
Oh, mate, it's honestly, it's in flesh, it's incredible. The belly's so clean, the pattern's just, yeah, it's. I've got quite a few, to be honest. I think we went through about. I mean, you'll see it on Lee's video when it drops. I probably went through about 25 or 30 in total of them, but that was like the one that just stood out like cat that got the cream. It was just amazing.
Look at this.
It's like a reverse pattern, that, isn't it? And see what you're saying.
Yeah. Peter's saying 45 cm. He reckons that fish. I don't know the size of this one. Simon's saying that's a cracker. It is a cracker, mate. Yeah.
Check.
Gaz,
It's not. It's probably
I
about
don't think that's that big either.
Yeah, 24 cm.
24 cm. But they've got good stature to them, haven't they?
Yeah.
The head pattern on that is absolutely stunning.
Full of Sakura Ikari, mate. That's why.
Yeah. Dave says, love the movie, 4 hours of pure enjoyment. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it, bud. Thank you. It just didn't seem right to break it down. It might probably not going to get as many hits as what it would done if I'd done a smaller video, but for us, it's the enjoyment that we all had out of it. So breaking it down, I've done it before. You end up with a similar sort of views and less on the second one because people dwindle away from it. But yeah, right. So this is a fish that we was talking about. Oh mate, man. Now, when Omeo put out this fish on his story on, I think it was either Monday or Tuesday, that Benny patch on the head wasn't there. And then it did the second stage, slightly coming through. Third stage was coming through. Fourth, the Sumis come up. The Benny looks, more vibrant. And then you end up with a fish that looks like that, which is unreal. Stunning, mate. That beautiful. That's a fish and a half. Yeah,
it sort of took me away a little bit. I thought if you ever had a Tancho shoulder, it'd pretty much look like that, wouldn't it? I think
that if everybody were to go out and say, I want one, that's what they're looking for, isn't it? That's that pattern that you've got through the Tancho spot there.
Just
textbook, isn't it?
Yeah, whole package.
Yeah, cracking fish.
A mega body on that as well, isn't there?
Ryan's got this fish for sale, Murray. Can do you reckon you might look at this? Would you buy that for me for my birthday next year?
Just a few shillings and pence, though.
It's a few shillings. Yeah, she gave me this look. I think that might piss off Gaz. Oh, more things to think about than me and my fish. What about me and just one more fish? No thanks.
Mate, if you buy that, you're going into the ground, Gaz.
If I buy that, mate, I think I'll be buried under pond. She'd kick my ass.
It'd be worth it, though.
How much is? I'm guessing that you've bought that and you've bought that for someone, or you're buying that to sell on and move on.
It's for stock. To be honest, we had an Azakari fish that we actually got a photo of the other day that had sort of it passed away at mud pond. And literally like this like last couple of days, which is really annoying. Kowaku that had done really well. So yeah, managed to broker a bit of a deal on that against that sort of thing. So yeah, it worked out quite nice.
So that will be available at some point. Or are you going to keep it, grow it on a bit?
I don't keep, mate. Anything I try and keep ends up selling. So we've gone past that gate a long time ago.
So it is going to be absolutely it's going to be available at some point in the very near future. And what a future of a fish that's going to be! Why are you all cricket bats? It seems to be becoming quite popular, that phrase now. There we go. There's a few.
Hey, where is he anyway?
He's on his way home. He said he'd be about now. He'd be landing.
That means cafe's closed then.
Yeah, it means they've shut up shop and they've kicked him out. So he's on his way home.
They're done for day, so he can come home now.
That's it. Right then. We have got a couple of topics that we could have. Let me just put that down.
Unfortunately, guys, he's coming to annoy arse off me in the morning.
Wait, is there?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to arrange a day to come down and see you, mate.
Yeah, you do at some point.
Just so mad busy with everything else as well as yourself, no doubt.
I'll do a shipment like guys. They're right fun.
Oh, mate, 100%. I'm there for that. Sweet, I will be there. Just let me know when. 100% I'll be there for a shipment night. Just to see an experience and look at.
Oh, mate, trust me, I'll put you off and don't worry about that. Last autumn harvest one was 101 boxes. It was a right giggle.
So you're saying waterproof pants then, yeah? That's
Yeah,
what we need.
an headlamp, as long as you've got an headlamp on.
I got a few comments. In fact, I did get one sent through, which was, let's read this through. Hi, mate. Great content at the moment. Keep up the good work. A topic I would love to hear you guys talk about is rearing young fish. Now, you do a lot of this, Ryan, so obviously it would have been real cool if we'd have had Rick with us too. Rearing young fish in heated water versus cold. Pros and cons. Does it weaken the immune system? I've had a 70% mortality rate with Tosai from heated pond dealer this year, against no deaths at all from a non-heated fish. Chilodonella was present in the pond, so obviously with the heated pond, I'm guessing he had Chilodonella in there, and that's caused an issue with mortality, which is obviously going to be, it's a bad one, isn't it, Chilodonella? It's a killer if you don't get on top of it quick, especially in younger fish. So, I mean, that's going to be the biggest part, one of the biggest parts of the problems, or the biggest percentage of losses if it's been down to parasites. But does it weaken the immune system being colder versus warmer, which we know fish survive better, don't they, and exist better in warmer temperatures? The warmer and more stable the water conditions, the stronger their immune system is. So yes, the pros and cons would be warmer water is a lot better for your fish. The immune system is stronger, higher, giving them more chance to get through in that fry stage.
The mortality rate, though, from, I think he's on about where he's buying them from. He's buying them from heated or buying them from unheated, by the way that you read that.
Yeah, but I've had 70% mortality rate with Tosai from a heated pond dealer this year against no deaths at all from a non-heated fish. But then says Chilodonella was present in the pond. Then that's going to be more of an indication as to your mortality rate than the warm or cold.
The heated thing's got nothing to do with it, because when you're buying from a dealer, whether heated or not, let's face it, if you're quarantining your fish or putting them in wherever they should be going into a, especially again, talking a time of year, they should be going to a heated system. So if you're buying in Tosai for dealer, like new season Tosai, probably earliest you can buy them off me is February, end of Feb. As new season Tosai, well, I would not be expecting them to go into freezing cold water. It just won't be happening. You're not even going to get sold them if that's the case.
Yeah.
So if they should be going into an heated, regardless of anything, they should be going into effectively, if you're going to quarantine them or put them into an environment that you want to test them first from where they're coming from, they should be going to a QT tank that's effectively heated water. So that the heated side of it's irrelevant, because again, unless the dealer's bringing them in and leaving them in an ice bath through quarantine, which is completely wrong, as we know, then again, it's heated or heat ramped, whichever way they do it. But they should be aimed at, again, the QT process is about toughening the fish up regardless anyway, and get them used to, our waters and toughening them up through that process. Now, as for raising fish, the fish that I've just shown you that you've just shown, guys, them two fish on screen, unfortunately, this year, due to the high amounts of space we've had chewed up through sold fish and stuff, we've not been able to grow fish as fast this year than what we normally do. As in immune systems and vulnerability, this is something I've had big conversations with a few iron clients about buying the fish from certain farms, i.e. Sakai, Momotaro, Dainichi. Momotaro being one of them. Azakara results there are very, very flippant in when you start getting to Sansai, Yonsai, and Gosai, because of the way they're being raised. Now, this is, again, the problems and pros and cons we talk about as obvious. Do we heat in the summer? Do we not heat in the winter? Blah, blah, blah. All these scenarios. Do you keep a constant temperature? Do you give them a natural winter? Do you eat them through that period? Whatever. We all have them conversations, don't we, about what's right and what's wrong. For me, in a process of growing fish, like the fish there was all selected through probably 10 or 12 ponds of Tosai, go through, make the selections. They then go into one pond where they're then kept together, then medicated accordingly with all the mixing and stuff going on. They're medicated, they're kept there for a while on their own before you do anything else with them. Those fish have actually had 2 months where they've just been literally hand-fed, looked after until the pond became available for them then to start growing them. Then in that environment was obviously then when we got the decent temperatures and we could hit 24 constantly all the time. Through that period, the fish are then raised. Because at the end of the day, you've got to be, again, you're talking about, again, we've had food conversations and stuff like that. To give the fish the best ability to come up, they need those temperatures around them, i.e. they need 22, 24 degrees. Yeah. They need constant growth through the right diet around that temperature to give them again, stability. Again, they're raised on an auto feeder. They're given the best of their life. This is the same problem what we have, and I spoke on my May trip down south, was places like Montero now are constantly raising fish to nearly 3 or 4 year old. Those fish don't go without a cold winter. They're constantly heated, almost boiled up. They have no time to stop feeding. Then we're at 3, 4 year old. Yes, we're achieving 75, 80 cm fish, but then we've got belly problems where literally fish are exploding. We've got backbone problems where the weight's not carrying right and the backbones are snapping. We've got buoyancy problems.
Allowing the body to strengthen up with the mass and load that it's carrying.
I remember having a conversation once in Nagata about Montero with a very, very well-known hobbyist, from England, and he literally turned around to me one day, calm as anything, went, "Oh, I've just had 4 fish diet Montero." I looked at him and I was like, "Oh, I was like, really?" And he went, "Yeah, all the same problems, all the same age, all the same problems." I said, "It's because of the way they're being raised." And I've actually known it with another customer's pond that I manage, quite local to me. He's only about 15 minutes away. Again, we had the same conversation. He comes to me on a buying trip to Nagata, also buys fish from the south through auctions. Any time there is a problem arise in that pond's quite big, like 14,000 gallon. Yeah, but he's just building a new one now at 22,000 gallon. But every time he has a problem and that pond needs medicating, it's always the southern fish that are the most sick.
Yeah.
And again, my thought process, like anything, I might be barking completely the wrong tree, but at that early stage of that process of being pushed, is that causing them to be more vulnerable when they're older? And again, the problems that we get is, like NND, they're grown in the right way. They're grown at a really nice size. The condition's superb. They're given all the right elements of being raised. Oh, excuse me. And the problem is from that, the fish have got longevity. When, they're increasing their sizes, but they're being realistic in how they're being raised as well.
Instead of pushing and forcing growth, that's causing problems for their life later on.
They're pushing through Kohaku now up to 50 odd cm Tozai. How does that look in the future? When it's, they might be fine in Japan, but when they come back to England, then what does that look like under a different water environment? Again, they're used to being raised in a way from an early process in their life for 3 or 4 years. All of a sudden they come to England, they're like, "Well, what's gone off here? Like, I'm not getting fed all the time, and I've got temperatures doing this and that." Boom, problems straight away. And I've seen it so many times with the same things happening from southern fish. And again, it doesn't happen all the time, but just from certain people, I've seen it so many times before. I think the vulnerability is there at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, drop me off. Right. And
do it again.
Ins and out. How's it going, my bread bins?
Oh, my
bread bins.
It's good, yeah, that's by the way.
Kick me off so I can enter better.
Yeah.
Remove me
I've just down 3 pork chops, a tin of beans, and about £5 of spud. Mash.
And you just done that like a flip top head. Did you just give it?
Oh my God! Put them away.
Oh, look at that! God damn.
That looked like a pork chop.
Jesus, should have had a few stars over there. Nipple.
Look like a battered chop, mate. I don't know about pork.
I was ready to get the old oil and salt out then and put them in the oven for a bit of crackling. Jesus Christ.
How's it going?
Good. You?
All better for not seeing you in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
It'd have been slightly better if it didn't catch a quick nip slip, then that'd have been, yeah.
No,
there we go.
Man, you'll be fucking playing that back later, mate.
I will, mate, yeah.
Rubbing them thighs.
I shall put it back later on and I'll get a remix off of it. Anthony's limpets.
That
stability
was shit, Ryan, that you bought, wasn't it?
Is what?
That tancho you bought was shit, wasn't it?
Get a load of that, boy.
We'll be like that. Get it away.
What's this? I've seen this when they were a year old. Didn't even have a spot.
Yeah.
Had that blew me away. That.
Yeah, I think for stability, guys, I think the biggest thing is for everything. I think it's the way the fish are properly raised.
Right, Leo.
I probably wouldn't say in the early stages in Japan. I don't know. There's somewhere that probably, yeah, I think being in heated water constantly all the time when they're being heavily fed, that creates problems. Being in heated water all the time, just being raised normally, not a problem for me at all. I think I've seen it myself, guys. I've had a couple of issues this year with raising fish. You try push them too quick, they don't like it. Or you've got little fish coming in, craft note, same they're coming in November, 12, 15 cm, small thing. You try putting a kilo of food down them down on auto feeder when they first come in. I wish you best of luck. They'll knock them for 6. They're not used to it. It's genuinely like, bear in mind, again, them fish have gone from an environment where they're fighting for food. They might be in a pond like Ioki, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 fish, depending on what's in them.
Yeah, this is when you see them go mad and explode on surface like that. There's only 10% of them fish getting that food, isn't there?
Well, they put one shovel in corner. Yeah, and there's like 3,000 fish all half of them are
rolling over each other
on a feed. But bearing in mind, that's again the same thing. You bring them in, we're actually giving them fish a better life than what they've got in Japan, almost, because you're putting smaller numbers in a tank, they've got eating, they've got food, they've got all this stuff going on, which is great. But then, like I say, it's all about, and people see it. I think again, we talk about when fish at a certain size. I think when you've got Nisai, what I call a standard Nisai size, 40 to 45 cm. If you get them in a winter period and you're eating through winter to put them in, and you're mad about the autumn harvest, and you're working around the autumn harvest season as a serious buyer. When you get them fish in, it's nice to have an heated pond, get them in early, get the food down. I think that's a good policy to have. So you can get the fish early off the dealer. You're not sat waiting until March. Get them fishing when they finish QT. Bang, get them in your pond. Yeah, get it in nice and early in the system. People will wait till March until weather starts warming up. Then they're like, oh, I'll have them 6 new Nisai I bought from autumn. Boom, drop all that into load. When water's warming up, causes havoc, and everyone comes to me and hobbyists come at the same time. Oh, it's temperatures warming up. No, but you think you're lobbing all new fish in, everything's happening all at once. It's a massive process.
You're putting everything on
because again, they're on, don't get me wrong, again, it all comes down to multiple of things, costs, sustainability for the hobbyist, everything. But when them people will say to me, Ryan, as soon as they're cleared in New Year and you can get them to me, I want them. Yeah, they have the fish, boom. They put them in. The problems are dealt with early, done out of weight with the heating on, bang. Then when it warms up, the air source heat pump comes down as the natural temperature's warming up, and they can get off it and they're away. That's, again, a different thing to look at. There's loads of different elements to it. Loads.
Yeah, quite a few.
So for the gentleman that asked, stability is the key, isn't it? If whatever you're keeping or whatever you're doing, it needs to maintain it as a stable environment. If it was a parasite issue, that's not going to have helped, is it? Chilidanilla isn't a good one, is it? It can go down rapidly downhill with Chilidanilla.
Chilidanilla is known as the Don, isn't it?
The Don.
It's like anything. You try
parasite, mate.
Again, when something like that gets hold of fish, let's face it, with chill, you're finding the problem when the fish are in quite a bad state. Yeah. You're identifying it then when the fish are in quite a bad state. To then try and recover fish of a bad state from any parasite, you could be talking weeks from recovering normal condition before you can start doing anything else with them. That's again the same thing. You look at straight away, it's all again a stress environment related thing as well. And people have got this main thing about, even when you've got a grow on, if you've got a grow on, it's stability. The fish what are in there when that grow on starts and the food starts going in, they're left alone. You can't just keep thinking, I bought a new fish this week, I'll just keep chucking it in there. So that one fish then going into environment unsettles it. Could be the fact
it changes it all mix again, doesn't it?
But you get a parasite problem, fish start becoming sick, and you've got constant food going in. Again, you're creating not one issue, you're creating multiple of issues all the time. And this is the same thing you've got to look at the whole process from start to finish. It's very, very difficult. And I've noticed it myself, right? So if the first lot of fish I had was about 300 pieces this year, right? I started off with 300 pieces to keep out of everything that we shipped. That's what I kept. And it's a tiny minority, probably about 5% or something stupid. Probably not even that. It's tiny fraction, the percentage of what I have. Those fish are raised in a pond together based on size, which could be average. Let's say average size is 12 to 15. When I start growing them, at any point, if I put anything new in that's behind those, I can tell which fish have started later than the others because of the body profile. Right? Look at that Eotsori and that Kiki, what we showed. They've both got the same body profile in terms of how they look because they've been raised in the same pond. Yeah. But if I put something late in thinking, oh, that looks about same size, it might catch up in terms of size, but it will not have the same body profile as that. And I can tell it a million miles off straight away. And this is what I tried educating Lee on about Lee in Japan. When in February, he wanted to obviously do his grow-on system. That was the same thing I said to him at the time of that was, you have to buy not just all these random fish. Yeah, I want 2 from Nagami, I want 1 from here, because as soon as you get into an environment, boom, the dominant fish from the pedigree lines win. Like Nagami fish, they win every day. Boom, finished. Get it, they're done. Yeah, they're just going to dominate that environment from start to finish all the time. So, like I said to him, yes, if you're not bothered about that, you buy what you want. You buy from 10, 20 different farms, let your dealer quarantine and you get them all. It's it's bright and dandy. If you want a growing project, you buy from one breeder. Yeah. You put all your money.
Makes sense because then you've got all of them from the same environment. They're all going to feed at a similar sort of rate. You're always going to get that one more dominant fish out that nails everything as quick as it possibly can. Yeah. But what you're saying is if you're doing it with mixed varieties here, you'll always have fish that are playing catch up, but still look lacking in comparison to the dominant fish that have come from a more dominant environment, from a better breed, a better bloodline.
Yeah. You see it again. You've got to look at everything: size, consistencies. You've got to look at body shape, bone structure. You've got to look at all these things when you're selecting through fish. And I know for a fact of when we sorted Lee's fish out, the ones that went into his main pond, the Nagami fish grew substantially quicker than anything else. And that's why we decided at the time, when we got all his fish, when he collected them from mine, you'll see him on that video, we put them all in the bowl. We did a selection because straight away I said they can't go into that same environment as them others. It'll kill them. Not kill them, but in terms of how they grow and the sustainability of them fish, they put them into his main pond and literally, man, they change, boom, straight out, body, bang, then start smashing length on. All the process again. Because if you leave them in there, you lose valuable time. Or even if you put them into the same pond, it will soon come known within weeks. Again, this is what I have to do. Like I told you today, I've been sat there going through all these fish because the feeding environment is not consistent for all the fish across the board. There's so many fish. Again, I'm even talking just like I've been through generic Tozai mixes today. I went through like 600 fish. It's literally just because you've got fish in there that big, fish in there that big. Yeah. Got to split them up. You have to, because otherwise, them smaller fish in the pond will just get smaller and smaller and smaller and just start withering away.
Baby Gaz is doing well.
It's growing, isn't it?
And baby Gaz.
It's fair growing, isn't it? Can we hear you? Did you speak for us, Gaz? Say these. Repeat these words after me. Mark your cricket bat. I was going to have to work on that one. I can't even hear. Is your mic working, Matt?
Sorry, mate.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
We're just double checking to make sure your mic were working because they were not coming through. And there you go, Lorraine. Special request. We want to see how Baby Gaz is. There you go. There's Baby Gaz. She asked earlier on. How are you doing, Matt? You good?
Good, thank you, buddy. Yeah, it's
good, man. Right. I think we've pretty much wrapped up that one. Have we got any other ones that we've hang about? Yeah, we've got one where you guys are going to experience this because you'll have probably heard it through Perfect Aquatics, Exclusively Koi, and Howie Koi. You're all probably going to be familiar with this one, and it was a topic that was brought up by Seska. She asked about a problem that a lot of people are having, and a lot of people seem to be struggling with this season more than I think they have at any other time that I've known of, and that's this one. Bear with me 1 second while I just bring up this subject that seems to be concerning for a lot of koi keepers is quality of tap water. In some areas, what methods would the panel suggest to combat this? Now, in the past, when we've spoke about this, Rick has come up with, I wouldn't have said it was a straight cut answer. Why change it? Why change your water? Maintain the water that you've got. Stop changing the water. Stop doing water changes. You're going to lose clarity to some point or some length with that. But if you've got an issue,
you're trying to actually grow fish, they rely on the fresh water to actually make them grow.
Yeah, exactly. But
they rely on a certain amount of fresh water every week to change that environment, to freshen the water up so they can go again that week. You can't. I know what you're saying. Yeah, they'll still do what they'll do in that body of water, but it's more about maintaining the water and being more resourceful in what you've done. I've had 2 or 3 customers this year. They've gone, yeah, I have no KH in coming out my tap. 2 weeks later, I've got a KH of 6. Really? Like it's changing that much. But again, obviously metals will be changing, other stuff will be changing. So how do you combat that? You've got to keep checking it.
Yeah.
Keep checking it, wait for them swings, and then act on it. Then you can't. There's not something that you can say, oh, do you know what? I'll stick 2 big blues on, everything will be all right. It don't work like that. You've got to be more. You've got to be more resourceful in what's coming out your tap. Keep checking your tap water, and you make the source water that's coming in. Keep on top of it. That's it.
My tap water is totally different pH if I put it in a cup now to putting it in a cup tomorrow. When it gasses off, I think didn't Rick do a test on it and say it was injected with carbon dioxide in Yorkshire at the moment? So it's coming out like pH 7. So and then a day later it's like 8.9.
But that's that in the grand scheme of things for a pH fluctuation, it does that every night, day and night. Those fluctuations go through your pond. In the morning, you might get up in the morning and your pH might be 8.5. Come mid-afternoon, your pH might be 7.5. Come middle at night, it might be dropping down to 6.5. It fluctuates through those changes. And people that have got these systems on the pond that can get up these, graph charts have shown us that in past, the amount that it fluctuates and changes through. Is that necessarily, when you're going from a pH level from that to that to that big of a deal if it does it naturally within itself by the algae that's within your water column?
It's not a big deal if it stays within the safe parameters.
Yeah.
If it's going into the dangerous levels, then it is an issue, isn't it?
Yeah. When you start dropping stupid rapid low and you've got only a small content of ammonia, then your ammonia is toxified, then, isn't it? And all that kind of stuff. It's but yeah, I think a lot of the problems that people have got with the water has been pH levels on it that have been coming through, or chlorine and chloramine that they've got in it as well. I know there's a lot of people that I've been talking to that have been saying they've been struggling like hell with chlorine and chloramines coming through the water.
Yeah.
It's
a tough one, isn't it? Because everyone's pond's different, man. Absolutely, everyone pond's different. I'd say where we are, we've got an extremely stable water supply, like minimal, like straight out the tap into the pond. And that is obviously with pre-filtration, but we have minimal fluctuations that change nothing. But then you could go, down south where Matty is, and one person could have hard water, and the next person's got really soft water.
Yeah,
you just have to learn your own, and the best thing to do is just don't get too tied up chasing figures, because I think that you can cause yourself fucking pure stress trying to chase the numbers, because when you change one parameter, another parameter changes.
Yeah,
you've got to find a happy medium. And your fish are hardier than you fucking think a lot of the time as well. It's like you can't always create a perfect environment. You just have to accept that.
The biggest one I've always said, you've got to go off what your fish are doing. Straight away you can tell by your eye. If your eye's trained and sharp enough, within the first 20 seconds walking up to a pond, if there's anything wrong with them fish. That was the first thing my dad ever taught me. Straight away, bang. You walk up to a pond, you can tell if something's off straight away.
Yeah, not even 20 seconds, right? You It can be an instant. Oh, hang on a
To do
minute.
a full yeah, but I mean, if it's there, but a full observation of checking everything right, what's going wrong, water quality, smell, fish behaviour, all of that. Boom.
Colour of the water as well.
Anything, but again, if the fish are happy and they're doing what they're doing, literally, your own koi's behaviour. That's what I would say to any pond. I have it when I go to a customer's pond. They'll go, "Oh, they're all acting funny." Yeah, because they're not used to me being here. They're used to you walking up and down side at pond doing your normal stuff around pond. They know the environment.
Yeah, that's true, that mate. You can see that with difference of our last being in garden and me being in garden. If I'm in there and I'm up and down garden, I can be pushing lawnmower up and down. They ain't bothered at all. They'll follow me down pond. Our last comes out to put some washing out. They're like, shit, they're gone. Yeah. Both, they're off.
That same thing again, it all comes down to behaviour and environment. Yeah, don't get me wrong, but there's ways around things when water sways and fish are off. I've had to do it one customer's pond, they wouldn't settle. They was getting a lot of like blistering on their head. Like a lot of like mucousy blisters coming up on their head. It's awful. But we had to end up getting a header tank that we had to fill up and gas off and dose with KH and all sorts for that following day. So we was having to work out again how much water the drum was pulling out there every day so we could top up through the header tank. So there was no sway water coming in. So when the fresh water coming in, it was not like you're dosing on the spot and having chuck all this. It was like, right, we're putting this, and this into water to settle it. And that was every day. That'd get dropped and it'd get filled back up. The same thing again. Don't get me wrong, it's a lot of work, but it had to be done because the fish were just off. They won't feed. There was, like I say, all this blistering going on, which, again, too much of that continue happening, ruins, Benny and heads, Benny and stuff on heads at fish. It was, but you've got to work around it. And everyone played this safe bet. Oh, yeah, I know my water, I know my KH is this, so I'll go and test it. As soon as pre-COVID, it was never a problem. Now COVID come, they're dosing all sorts in water. You've got so much inconsistency. So don't ever be too complacent in what your water's doing, is all I would say.
There we go. Oh, that's a very good idea, though. That, I mean, although it would take a lot to keep up to, if you could have a header tank of water, you could use that header tank to keep using as your regular top-ups. If you're only doing 2 filter cleans a week, then obviously in your environment, Ryan, you've probably been using and taking out a heck of a lot more. If you've got a drum system on, you'd be taking out a lot more. But if you've got a header tank of water that you can pull from as a source that's been and got right, and then pulling it through your pond, you're eliminating those factors beforehand. But yeah,
there was even stupid bits like even the water that coming in, we had to get to the same temperature. It even got down to stuff like this in end because it was literally like what you could not have too much cold water. We was taking out sort of every scenario we could even look at. But at the end of the day, it depends how much you want things to be right in your pond. But yeah, I think there's too many people out there as well that are looking for for absolute perfection. They're looking for naught and naught and naught across board, and wanting this gin clear water, but they're also wanting the fish to grow massive. And everything it doesn't work. You can't ever get that.
Sorry.
What are you doing?
Fucking dog keeps bringing me a ball. Every time I throw it, she brings it back. It does me tits in. Fuck off over there with it.
I'm getting a lot of messages coming through to my mobile phone. For all those that don't know, I use my mobile phone for a camera. So, Gary, thank you very much for the information that you shared there. I can't really get it off now because I'm live off the camera that I'm using, mate. If you can send that through to Messenger instead, then I can bring it up on my PC because they're both linked. He's just been banging me through some bits and bats. I'm guessing that's going to be stuff that he's had issues with on the same thing. There is a lot of people that have been having trouble with. I mean, Matt, what's it been like down your way? Have you been getting people with similar sort of things? I mean, clients coming to you with water parameter problems, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think that certainly on the chlorine and chloramines, that's the big one. And I've had a discussion this week actually with a customer where he's got a big blue running and he's tested his water. I've queried how often is he actually testing it, and what he can't understand is that if you've got a flow rate going through your big blue at a certain level and you test it today and there is no chlorine or anything going through that system, it doesn't mean tomorrow when you run your pipe at the same, or your water at the same speed, that it's still going to be zero. Because they could have done anything in the pipe work, excuse me, which would have increased the levels of chlorine that they would have put into the water. And there was only so much that chlorine can get taken out of a big blue or any. So you have, at the time of putting the water in, you have to test that water to make sure that when it's going through the system, it has your chlorine taken out of it.
Yeah. There was, as we were talking about there earlier on, Aaron, like what you were saying, how when you've banged out a jar of water, a bucket of water, and you've tested it, and it was at 7.5, and then following day it was at 8 point something. This is an idea of what your pond does in general, day in day out, throughout the night, throughout the times. 1629 was up at above 8.5, 8.6, 8.9, then dropping down to 7.5. So there's peaks and troughs, rises and falls all the time, constantly in your pH throughout your day. And then you've got 7.5 dropping down to 7, and this is at 709. So it does fluctuate a heck of a lot. I think he's just sent me a couple more there as well.
And what you're seeing there is natural.
Yeah,
you're getting that motion through your pond every day, and this is where
his pH daily swings over the last 3 months there. So
I mean that visualization is sometimes when we get customers in saying, "Oh, I see me fish flashing, but I've scraped them, I can't find nothing. All my water's fine." And then what you ask them to do is then test a pH test at 3 different times during the day, right? And when we mention the behaviour, they call it, my dog's doing me tits in. When you mention pH swings during the day and the fish behaviour, what we was finding is that during one of the dips, the fish would then start flashing.
Yeah,
the swing in the water was irritating, like on the pH side. So, sometimes it's a small change like that creates them behavioural issues. But if you see a trend build, your fish are doing it at the same time every day, and then it stops, you generally find that it's just a parameter changing within the water anyway.
And like Gary's just said there, pH drops due to heavy feed. So when your feeder goes off, you can get a pH drop just from that alone. Yeah. If you've got your 7 or 8 feeds going in a day, that's 8 fluctuations through the day for each feed that you're banging in. If you're feeding,
you've got to watch your KH levels as well with heavy feeding as well.
Yeah.
So something else. If you're going to have one test kit, KH is the one, because it pretty much mimics what your fish can or will or won't do.
So the best thing that people could do then, if they've got a water problem, like you said there, is having a reservoir of water that they can treat and set and get right, and then bang that in and use that for your flushing out on your filter systems and your water changes. Other than that,
not always that simple though, is it?
I know, mate. No, not everybody can have it.
It's such a huge topic, and that so much. Whatever you do, how your filter works, how much stock you've got, what volume of water you've got, what you're doing with your pond, whether you've got plants in it or you've not got plants in it, all that has an effect on how your pond operates. So, if you're feeding a drum and you've got a constant trickle in without any pre-filtration, potentially you're dropping toxins into your water all day long.
Yeah.
There's just so much, and there's no right or wrong answer. And a lot of the time it's trial and error, right? Off of the back of educated guesses based on what your pond is in order to get the correct answer. And even then it may take a lot of testing, like different methods in order to get it where it needs to go.
Do you think as well that some people become so fixated on getting it so 100% bang on that they do their own Sweden with it? Because I know some people that
I've seen koi keepers turn into water professors rather than koi keepers. Yeah. They chase parameters of waters rather than look after their fish for being fish. It's like there's that saying, we look after water, we don't look after fish. That's just a load of bollocks in my opinion. Yeah. Right? You look after your fish first, and water is part of their habitat. that comes as part of the package. You know, it's like if you look after water, that's great, but if you're not feeding your fucking koi, right, you're not looking after your koi, are you? You know? So you look after fish, not water, if you're a koi keeper. Sorry,
No, I agree, mate. I think some people, right, Lee won't mind me saying this. Mr. Hadfield went to the point where he was using the Hannah testers, and it did his Sweden, man. It were getting to the point where he was chasing down to the 0.00, and he were like fixated on getting it so right. And I think now that he said, yeah, bollocks to them, I'll just use a normal straightforward dip test and go back to it, get it. Yeah, that's something like right. I'm watching his fish and learning from his fish and learning his fish behavior. Now I get that. I bet you 9 times out of 10, Lee just literally looks at his fish and thinks they need a bit of this, they need a bit of that. And that's all he does. And he watches those fish progress.
That comes with experience, though, Gaston.
Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah, 100%.
You know, I mean, I think I was saying to you the other night, I can't remember the last time I tested my pond water here. In fact, I think it was when they was all stuck their ass down on the bottom, and I was like,
it wasn't this season, mate. It was last season when you'd got a couple of issues and they were all like down low, and you were like, something just not right here. But they were fine.
It was the fish behaviour and it ended up being atmospheric, actually. You know, but I don't test it like period, because I know how my pond works, and the fish then tell me if there's an issue. And you know, I'm that stable. Don't you keep on top of your filter maintenance, right? And you're keeping your feed levels how you know works. There's, you know, the more experience you get in your hobby. Well, my own personal pond, different at work. Personal pond, I know exactly how it works. At work, it's a completely different kettle of fish.
Problem is at work, we got to do the testing because we got to have it for the pet shop license. So
I mean, not just that, but you know, you've got such a heavy stock in such a small amount of water, you know, and we do feed, not like others where, you know, you give sparse. We feed well. Our fish are always well, healthy looking. It takes time, but you know, that's 3-4 filter cleans and water changes every single week. You know, it has to be that way. You know, and even then we do with the water testing. You can find out that your nitrite is through the roof without even realizing that there's an issue sometimes, because there's that many fish in there and they're still hungry. They'll just battle through it. You know, it's like Ryan says, 20-second proper visual check. That's when you start, hang on a minute, second guess that. Let's get that water tested. You know, silent kid, like there's nothing else. Clear water, good koi, just sum it off. High nitrate. You know?
Yeah.
Your bumper.
I've been testing mine, and we spoke about this other day, didn't we? I've been testing mine not quite a bit, but I would say twice a week, maybe sometimes 3 times a week, just because I'm trying something and I want to know how well that product is that I'm trying and using. But under normal circumstances, mate, I would do exactly what. I mean, I've been coming out this week. Fish are all at top. They're all going mad. They're all like, I'm thinking, fucking hell, I could have had feeder on all week. But I daren't put feeder on just in case I come home and temperatures have dropped and they've all just gone to the bottom and all that food's going bad over the top. So all I've done is just give them a couple of small handfuls. That's all they've had. Just left them be. Job done. Prior last week, they were all packed up. You know, perfect. Pecks out, all in a line, up bottom of pond, sat there. Temperatures have dropped down to like 6-7 degrees. I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, onset of winter here already. We haven't even got into autumn. And then this week, we're back up there and they're rolling around up top, fighting and arguing for that small handful for first fish to come up feeding heavy again. But I haven't given them it heavy because I don't want to risk that, because there's been a week where the feeder's not been getting much. If I start feeding heavier, then I'm going to get an ammonia spike, and then we go into another realm of my filter's trying to catch up and can't deal with it. So you've just got to know your fish and know your pond and know your filter, haven't you? And know what it's capable of dealing with. And like you said, gradually increase it, guys, on feeder till they get comfortable with it, and you'll notice that you'll get a spike at a level, spike at a level, spike at a level, and then you'll get a nice even line across. Fish are feeding well, and then temperature change. Fish stop feeding. And then next thing you know, I'm thinking, come on, man, there were fucking food everywhere. All over the top of the pond. Feed had gone off 4 times and it was just Absolutely tons of it.
Yeah.
I put it all, I netted it all off, I put it all in bird feeder, and now all local magpies and local sparrows around here are stacked like shit because they're all on Sakai.
Yeah. Magpies with secondary Benny.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Yeah, they're all walking around with a little red
cheek and shit. Yeah.
Even though it's warmed up, it has been still dropping on the night though, hasn't it? When you look at I think it was 20 odd yesterday when I was working in London, but it still said lows of 10 on the night.
Yeah, we saw like Daz went for a walk on Monday or Tuesday and this week, and he went out for a walk with dog on park, and there was a full frost all over full park, all over it, everywhere. First frost at year. That's a dramatic change from where we were a few weeks back.
I went to a customer's house tonight. He's got 2 ponds. One's under polycarbonate, the other one's not. The one under polycarbonate was 21.5. The one that's not was 14.
Yeah.
It's huge, isn't it?
Huge difference, yeah. Crackers.
Hello, me duck.
Hello, me duck. Dr. K's in the house. Hope you're well, mate.
Yeah, fucking mate, you need to get that in a pie, mate.
Look at it. It just won't leave me.
Paul says, I always wonder what people are on about watching your fish. They will show you when something's wrong. 18 months in has become obvious when there is an issue. This channel, my dealer and the test kit. Problems get sorted. Thank you very much, mate. That's what it's not this channel, it's collectively, mate. The people that come and give us the information and talk with each other every week in, week out. I don't know if we've got any more topics in here within
Japan.
What's that?
Soon to be Japan, isn't it?
Soon to be
Japan, isn't it?
Feel free. Crack on. I'm gonna look for the next question that did come in if there was another one. I'm sure there was one more. Oh, there, I found it. I knew there was one more.
Go on.
Tony Barker asked, are there any plans on doing another charity stroke evening like last year?
Say that again, guys, because I'm muted, John.
Oh, yeah. Tell me to go on, then mute me. All right. Tony Barker's asked, are there any plans to do another charity auction stroke evening like last year? Tony, in all honesty, mate, the amount of backlash, internal shite that caused, I would love to do something and do it for charity. The amount of hassle and let's just say disappointment within individuals, and I'm not meaning
you need to elaborate, guys. To be fair, it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, a lot of opinions, and opinions clash, and when that happens, people start falling out, and I don't want any more of that. I don't want to get involved in any more of that. Could we do an auction, an event for a charity? Yes, we could. Whether or not, it's not obviously. Last time we did it,
what we can do, if anything, we'll talk behind the scenes to see if there's anything we want.
We could have a natter and a chat between ourselves and see if collectively, because we've 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, is there a charity for dwarfs, Ryan? It's like got hobbit feet, mate. I've seen his feet; they're hairy, like hobbits.
You horrible cricket bat.
But yeah, there could possibly be an event this year to raise new funds for Ryan's hobbit feet. So we'll look into it. We'll let you know. We'll get some new crops.
Mate, we need to get some crops that are hairy. Like
disgusting behaviour.
Some hairy hobbit Ryan, that'll be mint.
I'd like to think there might be something in the near future, but whether or not, it's very difficult for me to say yes, because for me to say yes, the platform's here. We could do it on this platform, but I don't have the infrastructure to put on an auction because I don't have the fish. So that would mean turn into a dealer. But now we've got several dealers that join us, so it might mean turn into 4. And then those 4 put in something and each have a fish or several fish that they might want to
Hold
put
on a
in.
minute. Can't we get your channel, Gaz, Crafters and Lee's all on one tied into one line?
Exactly. Yeah, we could. Yeah, but then we get Matt involved, could get Rick involved, and have them all in, and then have fish being pulled from 4 different sources.
We can stream it all on them 3 channels and just auction.
Yeah, push it out to an auction and see what we can make for some. Yeah.
Hey, I've got a Dainchi truck that's still staring me at face here that needs auctioning off as well. So 100%.
That could go. Yeah, there you go. So we could build it all around a Dainchi truck.
I keep getting asked about that a lot at the minute, and I need to really do something with that because I opened my fucking big fat mouth and then never did anything with it.
Well, no, you said let's do it and do it for an event and do it for a charity. So let's build around that, and that being one of the gifts or the the items that's done. So there you go, Tony. We watch this space.
I'm going to send you a little picture, mate.
That better not be an hobbit. I am telling you now, I'll ruin you.
I promise you it's not, mate. It's not.
Swear to God.
Is it a foot picture?
I need to make sure I sent it on Messenger in case I think I sent it to the wrong one. There
I can't do that, man.
I've got so I found a picture of Ryan in his swimming trunks.
Oh no, you haven't. You haven't, have you?
Yeah, I have, mate. So I think we should it's only fair to share such delight.
I apologize beforehand. I apologize before. I apologize.
Ruin you.
Mate, well, it's only fair, right?
you are an horrible cricket.
You make your body beautiful. Look at that! What a man!
How could you do that?
Oh, you're so fucking dead when I see you in the morning. Honestly.
You look amazing, mate.
My God. Sorry, mate.
You've just been out for a slice.
Do you know what? The other night, like we were sat there the other night, and he sends me a picture, sends me something to have a look at, and I brought it up on bottom, and all because obviously I'll give you a quick look.
Who was this, me or Kraft?
Well, it don't matter who it is that sends it. Let's put that one up for example, because obviously this is going to be the next one that we're going to be doing, and the next one that we're going to be. Just to give you an example.
Oh God!
Right, if you look there, you see down here on the bottom.
Oh no!
Right, all those are pictures that Crafty sent me, and when I was looking at them overnight, I thought, my God, you horrible bastard! There's so many pictures in that lot there, which is about Ryan or about Lee or about each other. That they just
the best one is of Aaron. It's such a striking resemblance. I have to find it, mate.
Oh my God!
Oh me!
I can't wait to go on doing with you. You know, I literally at any point, Craft, it's all going to come back to you at some point.
It goes back to me, mate. I love it. I love it, mate. I'll find it.
See, there's Peter Griffin, there's dudes with after heads and the fringes missing and everything, man.
Peter Griffin,
you know, when I get back,
Colin Holland, isn't it?
Man.
Ryan.
I got a picture of you with camera mirror. I got a picture of you. I sent a picture of you with chest out. You're having a full English breakfast.
Yeah. Oh, that was the best one. Good job we didn't show that, actually.
Yeah, the worst part was on FaceTime to him that morning as well, so he actually went out of his way to take a screenshot.
Yeah, he screen grabbed that. Mate, you look like you're hanging out your arse there. You look rough as well. You look like that were an heavy night before.
I can't help myself, mate.
Sorry, guys. It's gone a little bit off topic, but yeah, it just made me, when I saw him all Crafty, I thought, God damn, look at all the pictures that shit that you send me, man, and it's all horrible.
Yeah, but it's good fun, isn't it? At least we have a laugh.
I'm just flicking back through them all now to see if there's the one that you sent.
Have you found it?
I just found another one, but I'll share that one too. This is what he's on about with his.
I have found
This is where he's on about with his feet. That's the last one.
Right, they're the best feet ever, aren't they? My little fucking turnip toes as well, mate. It's mint.
Oh God!
I've just sent you. I've just sent you Aaron's lookalike. Aaron, I need you to sit up a little bit so we can see a bit more of your shoulders, mate. Right, sit forward. Come on, let's play the game. Come on, son. There you go. Wait, you just got to put it on Aaron first.
Aaron, I apologise again.
Don't apologise, mate. Swear to God, it's Aaron. And it Aaron!
Mate, have you seen the dude? Have you seen the videos that he does, though? This guy does the videos, and he stood there like an health and safety executive, and when he looks to his right, there's some guy with a chainsaw trying to cut a bottle top off of a can of Coke or something like that.
So someone's cutting a tree down while they're stood on top of it, man.
Yeah.
Mate, you are.
Go on, Aaron, return fire, mate.
I've got it. I'm loading it in now.
Mate, bring it. I love it.
Oh,
look at that about Coy's comment. Ryan, don't listen to that best looking Coy deer around, fella.
Oh, mate. Fucking that is ludicrous, mate.
We've got to put that one up on screen for you. Make you feel even better, that one, Ryan. There we go.
He's a good looking fella, all right. Don't get us wrong. It's just his feet.
What is it, mate? Are you some sort of deluded pervert or something? Like, honestly,
Mate,
I'm worried about the amount of pictures you've got of me on your phone. Like, genuinely.
Never mind him. I'm worried about how many of them that he sent me. I now have most of them on my PC as well.
it's good fun.
I can remember Lee sending me some crafty when he was asleep. I've got stored up somewhere when he was in Japan, which we'll have to bring out at some point.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I pull some faces when I'm a kip. Like that's true.
I just found one of Lee talking about Lee. Just sent it to you guys.
Oh no,
He's probably doing it now.
I'll find a real one, like of myself actually.
There you go.
Not putting that on. Get demonetized, man.
He's an animal, not human.
It'll make the difference, mate. I still like dropping that one on. Oh, fuck it.
You could
There you go, guys. I've sent you one.
Is this is one that you're saying is Mr. Hardfield?
I've actually got one of Lee like that. It's mint.
You have?
not when he's asleep, craft. He's just got it. He's just
Holding the end of it, mate, with his phone like this.
I had that one sent to me as well.
Well, the best one to date for me was when he said to me, he phones me up and he says, "Look left in your hotel window." Because they got like them little bay windows, aren't they, that poke out over the room. So I goes into bay window with my phone, look left. He was doing Spider-Man, start bollock naked, like crouched in windowsill. I was like, "Oh no, like, what is going on?"
He's a wrong one, mate, isn't he?
Like 7:30, and you just, yeah. Anyway, oh, I can't wait.
What have I started here? Like everyone's on the bandwagon.
There's
It's true.
That coy show when Lee came up to Daz and turned around and said, "You remind me of the dude. What's he called? What's that actor? Not the actor, but in the movie. What's he called before he becomes Murphy? Isn't it? He says to Daz, "You remind." He walks up to Daz and says, "Daz, you remind me of the RoboCop dude before he became the robot."
Murphy.
Murphy. Daz just turned around and went, "Fuck off."
There was no toleration, mate.
None at all.
No chill.
I'll give you If I can find it, I'll give you a comparison of who I actually do look like.
Here's a picture of me and Matt just sitting down on Wednesday evening watching telly together. That's how we duck on
Wrong,
shoulder.
innit, mate? Fucking wrong on every level.
Yeah, but look on my shoulder now.
Did you Does it shit on,
Now you got a deer.
shit on you?
No, he's here now.
Oh, is there Gaz is there in background? Channel sponsor. What is it? What type of duck is it?
Runner.
Oh, duckling.
Fuck
What?
that.
Little runner.
Are they Indian runner?
Yeah. There was 8 eggs in there, and the mum was sat on them, and she gave up. And they were all cold. I thought, so I'd chuck them in the incubator, and that was the only one out of 8 eggs that hatched. It was like, what do you do with one chick?
Grow it up and put it in a pie.
Exactly.
That's right, mate. Or a bit of hoisin sauce in a pancake. Even
Eking.
better.
Oh, you know, wouldn't you? Well, I'm not surprised. Mate, you've been on here now for quite a while and you've not ate anything. Like, you got a
Did
full
you
belly.
hear what I said when I got here, man? As soon as I got in, 3 pork chops, a tin of peas, and about £5 of spuds. Chops are good. I've even got Ryan throwing a javelin.
I've seen that one.
Mate.
Well, it just come up on my feed.
Oh, can't go.
Here we go.
Mate, I'm trying to find my lockdown beard, man. It was mint.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we digress.
This is just going all over the place now, isn't it? We have got some koi appreciation, and I think we have answered all the topics and the conversations that we've got. If there's anything anybody would like to make a sensible topic about, stick it in the comments in capital letters. Now that, if anybody's wondering where Daz might be, I'm guessing Daz is going to have a night off this evening, and the reason being, guys, obviously what he's been going through over late, there's been a lot going on. So I suggested that I didn't want to lay any more pressure on Daz with what is going on, and suggested that, you know, if he needed a little bit of time, to take a little bit of time. So I'm sure everybody can understand, but I hope you're all good, mate. Usual thing though. We'll be in touch in the morning, mate. Make sure everything's all good. Baby Gaz has a name. Has a name. They don't get eaten at Matt's if it has a name. There you go.
That'd be Kelly.
If it gets given a name, it don't get eaten.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So when I were a nipper, I had two. I had an Indian runner. I had another type. It was a white duck, but I can't remember what type it was. But it was able to fly. And my dad's mate used to give me, when I used to go around to his house. My dad used to keep racing pigeons, and I used to go around to this other fella's house. And my dad and him used to enter the 2-bird competition. He'd put in one bird, he'd put in another one, and they go across the channel. They fly. First one's back to England, but the best team won, and all that kind of thing. And he used to have loads and loads of ducks. And he used to go say, "Yeah, kid, there's a couple of ducks for you, a couple of duck eggs for your breakfast." And I used to just go home and wang them under my dad's pigeons. My dad's pigeons would be sat like, you know, instead of being sat on an egg normal, as they would be all fluffed over top of it, they'd be sat on top of it, balanced over it, because they were quite big eggs. Pigeons struggling, but they managed to hatch them every time. As soon as they started pipping and eggs started to break, I'd take them out and I'd bring them in, put them in an incubator, and then just watch process as I was a kid. But I had a few, but Fox nailed them all, the bastard. But I'd had them like 3-4 years before Fox actually found them and then got them. And then the last one that I had, I kept in. It used to be able to come out, go in pond, swim around in pond or what have you. But then it on a night, it'd get locked up in a shed. It's, you know, proper inside environment for it. The other ones were like a hut, but with a run so it could come out, and then I'd let it out when I got up in the morning. But it ripped through the chicken wire, ripped the chicken wire off, and ripped the front door open and killed duck on the inside and took it. All that were left of it come out in the morning as a little kid. I was gutted, man. I remember running. I was crying my eyes out. All that were left was one webbed foot and a pile of feathers on my little lawn. I was so pissed off. Yeah, the things you do as kids. All the best, Daz. Thoughts are with you, mate. Nice one. Thanks. You know, there's nothing wrong, but you know, it's. I think for all of us and any of us, it does take a bit of a toll, doesn't it? And I think Guy needs a bit of a break. He's grafting all day long. Is all that what's been going on? And I think it's sometimes you need to just kick back, reflect a bit, don't you? So. Oh God. Ryan selling fish. Kraft is going through more pictures.
Someone just sent me something. I'm putting this one right in my fucking locker. Let me just tell you now. Someone sent me a picture here. Going straight in top drawer, ready for next time. It all fucking kicks off. Just trust me.
You got one.
I look forward to it.
Send it.
The autistic card keeper says, "What if you called it lunch?" Well, then, yeah. I mean, you're tempting it.
Right. Don't put it in the top drawer. Let's see it.
No, honestly, Aaron, I've got to keep some material behind because Kraft's had a few on me now just recently. I've got to start. He's had a few weeks just tickling along, doing what he's thinking. I'm just going to
just remember, I only provide the platform. I am not responsible for any of this. I'm not getting involved in it, man. Don't start doing shit and pictures of me when I'm shit-faced in fucking Japan.
Oh no, Gaz, they're best ones. Don't forget, I do the whole entertaining. I'll get you all set up for a good night, and then I'll just sit there at the end of it and just go picture.
Yeah.
Everybody smile. I've got some amazing ones with Lee. Honestly, I could ruin Lee's life with photos I've got of him.
It wouldn't ruin his life though, mate, would it? He's like bothered, isn't he?
Mate, Crafty, them some nice marine fish just to come up on my feed then on.
Yeah, we had a big shipment in today. Then, yeah, the guys from well on there picking.
About time had a big shipment of summer. Jesus, doing that job all the time.
Yeah, if anybody wants to see some nice marine fish, I'll sod it, man. I'll let you have a look.
I hope you're coming to my place with an empty van tomorrow, Shag.
Yeah, I've got it outside, mate, ready to go.
Ooh.
Oh, mate.
There we go. Phil's putting there. Got a ground level pond, kidney shape, 18 foot by 8 foot by 30 inches deep. Was thinking of getting a clear tarpaulin to cover it in the winter. Good idea. No. If you wanted to do it, Phil, go with making yourself right. Kidney shape doesn't really matter about the shape of your pond. If you want to do it, go with some the rebar, some 12 to 18 inch length pieces of rebar. Knock them into your ground at this sort of angle. Belt them into the ground. Go to B&Q and buy yourself some Hep2O piping. You can get them in 3 meter lengths. Or if you need it a little bit longer, you can always put a joint in it by getting a straight coupler. All right, solvent weld those together. Slide one onto one end of your little rebar that's into ground. Push it just into soil. Loop it over to the other. That'll give you a rib, your first rib, a second rib, third rib, and a fourth if needed. Then go from a peg. Take a peg line or some good strong cordage. Go from a peg. Tie it down into the ground first at the. If you've got your hoops like this, come to the front part, put a stake down, do a half hitch around the first one, stretch it to the second one, half hitch, third, half hitch, fourth, half hitch, down to floor. That gives you then an A-frame for like a polytunnel. Get yourself some of that cheap polytunnel covering, and all you need to do then is make one side, mate, that you can literally unpeg, roll up, and you can get in and out there, and you'll have a small miniature polytunnel that you can take down and put away each year, mate.
What Gaz said.
I agree.
If you wanted to use it through the summer months and didn't want the polytunnel there, you can remove the polytunnel and then use that with a netting over the top to prevent predators too. I was going to do a video of it and do exactly that over my pond. But having left that acer tree in there, I can't get the curve over the tree without damaging the tree. But I do have all the materials for doing it. So it might be a little winter polytunnel project that I do one of these years just to keep that extra bit of warmth in. Now, the polycarb sheets, and I'll bring this topic up and ask you what you guys think to it. The polycarb sheets, as we've heard from Rick before it passed, you're only going to gain a couple of degrees, if that. Doesn't really make a difference. You need a void of air in there that you can keep, that the sun rays can warm through, which is like a lot of people when they polycarb off, like what do they call them, pergolas, and then they polycarb them off, put a roof over the top and then close it, put some sliding doors on, like Lee Hadfield has done on his. That maintains a great deal of heat because you get the sun rays bouncing through it. When it's, only talking 2 inch or an inch over top of your pond, you're not going to get a great deal of benefit from it. And that's not me saying that. That's people like Rick that's in, been doing this and been in the business for over 30 years, mate. And that's what he's found is the best possible route for a polytunnel type covering as opposed to. I could do, mate, but it's not my fence. And yeah. Mine's the one to the left-hand side or the right-hand side going down the garden, and the other one is neighbours. So it's all that shit that arguing with neighbours is just something I can't be asked with. Not that that's going to make much more difference as they're both sold left and right now. So we should be getting some new ones in the very near future. But yeah, there's an idea for you, mate. Go with it. The polytunnel sheeting you can get if you Google on polytunnel covers. You can get them in a small sizes. And they're relatively cheap, man. Relatively cheap. And obviously with the curve of it being like that, the snow and whatever, I'll just slump over and drop off, as long as you get it taut enough.
Or you make your polycarb like an airframe.
Yeah, or build an airframe polycarb. Yeah, same thing. But it's having that void of air in there that allows the pond to gain temperature and gain heat in there. And you'll only get it going up to maybe 9, 10 degrees. But 9, 10 degrees is better than having it down at 2 and 3 degrees. It's keeping it stable throughout the winter months that you want to do. Peter's asked there, has anyone heard how Farmer got on with the other day? I did, mate. Well, he lost more, mate. He's lost some more. We don't know why as to what he's struggling a little bit to try to find out what's been going on. I haven't spoke with him for a while, a couple of days or so, but I'm hoping, fingers crossed, it's slowed down now and he's. But I think he were up to 22, if not more, which is a bit shit for him, man. Gutted. Yeah, polycarb, like Nigel said, as Nigel's done it with his built up in a big framework above his pond, which keeps and maintains his ponds up to a reasonably good temperature as well. And Paul Hudson says, okay.
I didn't polycarb mine for heat. I polycarb mine to stop outfalling in it while I was out the country. Didn't want my pump jamming up or out like that, so I thought it'd be easier just to fully cover it, knowing that now it can fall in while I'm away.
Wouldn't keep the herring out. That's just the thing, mate. You can't keep them out because even if you net the pond, they've still got such a powerful striking force that they can strike through a net, but it makes it harder and it's a deterrent. A deterrent normally puts them off, so they piss off to an easier source. But yeah, that's the thing, mate. It's never 100%.
Look at Rick's nets. They're about 5 foot above the pond, but they just sit on it in mass until it hits the water.
Yeah. And not only that, he gets kingfishers that find little holes in them and just wiggle their way through, hop up underneath a wall and sit there nailing his fry as well. We actually had that on the video and we caught one actually in the netting. Ask Vince, he's always chasing them out from inside netting area. there's only so much what you can really do, but if you can do something to prevent it, it's better than nothing. But yeah,
Koi show this weekend.
Koi show, yeah.
Southeast.
Who's going? Are you going? You got a start? No, you got.
No, I'm not trading, mate. No, I'm saving that for a couple of weeks' time.
Is that this weekend then?
Southeast is this weekend, yeah. So the one down in weekend, yeah.
Claude's asked there, the best thing for pipe lagging would be pipe lagging.
Get different types though.
You get the bubble wrap version, don't you? And you get the foam.
I've got some that's like neoprene.
Yeah.
Really good stuff.
Like sleeves that you can slide over them.
Yeah. Really good stuff for the winter.
You can get some stuff that's like a foam grey stuff, but if you're getting big pipe work, it's expensive. It ain't cheap. You can get other things that you can use, which is rag wool, and then wrap the rag wool around it, and then waterproof around it with some what do they call that, shrink wrap that comes out. It's not like sandwich cling film, but it's like that comes what they'd wrap pallets in and stuff.
You just like cellophane in it, but it's big.
Cellophane, like cellophane on a roll. So you can do that kind of thing, mate. Years ago, they used to go rob it off of scaffolding jigs. There you go. Yeah, they use it on scaffolding, which is like big pond noodles, like giant size ones that go around scaffold bars with, and you can wrap that around it as well. Your biggest one for pipe lagging is flow. Keep it moving. Unless temperatures get stupidly low, then it doesn't really matter what you do, mate, because it'll still freeze up regardless. When we look go back 2 seasons ago, down south where they were having temperatures dropping like -10, -12, and people's ponds and equipment were freezing up that have never had, frosts or seen anything like that before. So it just depends on your temperatures, doesn't it? It gets pretty cold up here, and mine seems to be all right with the standard grey pipe lagging. But most of mine's on the inside now. It's only the few pieces that are on the out. But I put it on, lag it on, and leave it. I haven't took it off. But there you go. Yeah, the foam scaffold is great for 1.5-inch pipe.
Sorry, man, you're doing my head in.
Have I missed anybody's questions that were going in there through earlier on? Because we did go on a few. Richard says there, I was planning on moving some fish from the grow to the main pond. Scrape 3 fish, all clear. 4th was infested with costia. Checks another 3 and nothing. Any opinions on whether I treat the whole pond? Costia?
Yeah, the whole pond.
Yeah. At end of the day, what they tend to do, don't they? Most times you have what, like people have said in the past, you have like a host fish, and it's the one that seems to be the one that gets affected by it worst more than anything. And 9 times out of the 10 is the one fish that keeps continuously spreading around your pond because it's more susceptible, and they seem to attack that one fish more than out.
It's got a weaker immune system, mate.
That's the one. That's the one. So yes, mate, 100%, Richard. Go for a treatment and get the treatment in while you can, because we're fast approaching. Sorry,
it must be cheaper to treat the grow on than transfer it across and treat your main pond.
Treat the main pond, yeah. Treat them all in your grow on, mate. That way, then you've got them all smaller volume of water, less treatment. But yeah, definitely, Costa again is another killer, and we're quickly approaching the points and temperatures where a lot of treatments are getting to the point where we won't be able to use them because waters are going to be too cold unless you're heated, and it ain't an issue at all. Oh, I miss that, the Koi channel then. Bet Ryan lives a short life.
Go on, Frank. He's a good looking
Frank hit you deep there, didn't he? Whoosh. Just give you one under the chin as you were down.
Yep, that's some top drawer he's collating there.
Oh, it's yeah, fucking deep.
Everybody got any topics you want to have a talk about, or are we going into the koi appreciation?
Before we go into the koi appreciation, I'd like to know from people that are in the know, if you was to buy a Tancho Sankey, what farm would you buy it from?
It depends on your budget to start with.
I'm not going to shout a budget out on there, but
On what? On there? On where?
on here.
I'd say to minute in today's market, seeing how good they've been and consistent, probably Yoshino.
I've got some bangers from NND.
Let's say your budget was more than the bangers that you've got on the price for them NND.
Still Yoshino.
Right, hang about. Before we go any further, right, what difference does it make if you spend 150 quid, 200 quid, 400 quid, 600 quid? If you want to spend that money and put it in your pond, what difference does it make, Aaron? Why is he an issue?
It'd still be Yoshino, regardless of budget.
You bought a Volvo. Everybody knows you like to waste money. So what you bothered about having?
Oh, Gaz. That was
You would all want to know, do you?
People, I didn't buy a Volvo.
Sorry.
Now up on my Volvo, Gaz.
But they told me that when it was in garage a fortnight ago.
I've got one that's just been harvested, or should be just coming out of harvest. Do you want to see it?
Go on.
No, I'll find it now.
Sorry, Aaron.
No. Straight as it comes, no.
I'll show it you anyway.
Are you wanting a top-notch fish, Aaron? Are you wanting something with a bit of presence to it in pond? Then price should be no object anyway, because it's for your son.
Well, he doesn't know that.
He does.
He doesn't because he won't be watching it this time.
No, I won't meaning that, but he knows that he wants one. It's his fish he wants, isn't it, mate? That's what I'm meaning. That's his choice. And to be fair to kid, he's stuck with his guns all the way through. That's what he's always said he's wanted from all time that I've known both you and Leo.
Yeah, me too, actually. I agree.
And I've always said if he ever got to 1,000 subs, I'd buy him whatever one he wants. So
now, does it have to be a Tancho or a Tancho Sankey or any type? Is it
from
Tancho
the very
Sankey?
beginning? It's exactly what he said.
Oh, flipping heck. Here we go.
You see what Jiggs has just responded to you.
That's a good one. Nice one, Jiggs. Right, here we are. We've got some here for you. And then we've got some more from Crafty to come, I think, as well. This one you can have at a special discount price.
It better not be one of mine.
There's the first one. Which way does it go, Ryan?
Well, these are all from same breeder, by the way.
How many did you send, mate?
3.
There we go. So you got that's C, B, and A.
This
If you
guy's
pick a fish, folks, which would you go? A. This one's been A.
Who was?
B. Oh, A.
That one.
A. B. Or C.
They're all from the same breeder as well, bearing in mind.
Quite like that one, mate.
This guy's fish are honestly just on another. They're all bred from Sakai and Dainichi parents as well. They are honestly incredible.
B for me as well, Simon. That's what I would say. B for Twisted. B from Phil.
Bearing in mind, these fish are left in Azakari, what I'm going to be seeing obviously in the next few weeks. But seriously, you can access good Tancho from this guy at most affordable price points, and he does some serious stuff as well. And that's what I look at how they can do that across the price points for how good they are. To me, they're pretty impressive.
Yeah. For me, B all day long. That's a nice easy read, isn't it? Look at that. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, mate. I think you might be surprised at that.
That's nice. I like what's coming into the head there. It looks like it's going to link up down here as well through to that. How much is B? Gaz Jones says.
I was just inboxing him that.
To be fair, quite like that one as well.
That'll be the one with the most considerable change, right? That.
Well, in fact, I'm not being funny, but there isn't a bad one there, is there? I mean, the AAA before it.
The
AAA there. You could have that one if you want, Aaron. Inboxing for that one. That is stunning.
It is amazing, that.
That's the one I'd go for.
That one.
Mm-hmm. It's got a best tancho spot placement. Soon we'll do a lot of moving.
Look at size of mouth on that thing. That one is going to get the chubby cheek look that you like. B's got the majority won't be B there on that.
That'll be the biggest fish out of a lot.
That one.
Yeah.
That's the first, isn't it? That's A, B, C. Looks like male, female, male. So that's them ones. Let's bring up the next contender.
Freya, man.
Oh. Bit of bling from the older Howie Coy and Baby Gaz. Inbox that one. Bit of gin for you. Well then, Crafty, where's yours?
I've already sent it you, man.
Oh, you have? Oh, so yeah. So, a fish for this man. Sorry. Knee side that, Craft.
Yeah, that's been Azakari, so that's being harvested when rye goes over.
Oh, is that what you were on about earlier on?
Yeah.
Yesterday?
Yeah. Let's see if I can get a little video of it.
Just keep your ears open now, guys, for this. That's the everybody going backwards and forwards with prices. Is there anybody else that would like a certain type of fish? Oh, look, what's this, dude? Everybody's going to get to see this live. Sorry, mate, but we're not allowed. Oh.
Fucking pike bait. Anyway, look at it.
Let's put them down for a minute. Kiss me butt.
Guys, I was just saying, I said to Ryan, the only reason why I've been working in London is for this Tancho Sankey.
That's it's
overtime, isn't it? So
yeah, get some overtime in, and it's got some.
I've just said it in here. He's got first refusal on him, so I can't be no fairer than that.
So you two, there you go, Matt. Now Matt and Crafty, you both need to send the same message. You've got first refusal.
I have a fucking minute, or you don't.
To your keyboards, gentlemen. Right, have we got any more for any more? Question rather than a raffle for the fish for charity. How about a raffle to come and spend the day on your guys' farms and spend the day there and check out the behind the scenes? We've done that before, mate. We've actually done it before. And technically, I don't own a farm, nor does Ryan, nor does Crafty.
I'm
Ryan's
pretty
is
certain that's what Vince's koi tuber raffle was.
Yeah. It could. That I mean, you know, if you're getting somebody like Rick involved, that could be a thing, mate. It could be a thing. But obviously, that would have to be something.
I'm not revealing all my secrets to anybody. All my stash.
Or shop facilities, etc. Then. Good evening, Jeff Lees from Spain. Hope your weather's good for you, mate. Hope you're having a nice time.
Jealous.
Right, guys, unfortunately, I'm going to have to love you and leave you for this evening, I'm afraid. But
thank you very much for joining us, mate. It ain't going to be, it isn't going to be a late one this evening anyway. Saying that, we're already 2 hours, 15 minutes in. We have got the koi appreciation to come in and get up and done. So I'm going to go.
Right, cricket back coming to see me at morning and I need my beauty sleep because she's going to start doing my fucking head in.
Who's that then?
I don't need to say anymore.
Fucking mate, I didn't think Lee was coming up.
Mate, he's already been.
Mate, you need a rest.
I know, all in 1 week. Can you imagine how fucking grey I'm going to be by end of week?
You use just for men anyway.
Mate, I do, and I'm only fucking 30. It's fucking terrible.
Are ya?
Yeah. Do you mean,
his beard's got a ginger tinge to it, but his head on top's black, like, so he must do eyebrows and head. Forgets
mate,
about.
it's all just gone to shit. I just don't even care anymore. It's just all fucking going. I'm just going to shave it all off. Just give it right. Like, just tell you what, let's whip another round of abuse for next week. I'm just going to start fucking getting my bullets ready. Right. Anyway, chaps.
Get lined up.
Love you.
Yeah. Don't love you.
Horrible.
Speak to you later, mate. Thanks for joining us, bud. Cricket bat.
Click on that link, Gaz.
On that one that you just sent me then.
Yeah. The one above the picture.
The one, the video, the little video you just sent in.
Well, do the link first.
Do the link first. The one above. I'm with you.
I can't find the actual video. I've got so many videos, it's taking forever to load them.
This one.
Yeah.
Perfect Aquatics, NND Sankey Tancho female as a carry, including this coin does all the talking. Available for sale now. Direct DM for prices. Yeah, we've got that one, and then is this the video that comes after it?
Yeah, do that video after.
Can we make that bigger? Can we make that? Oh, bastard! We ain't got a click to make it bigger. That's a bummer.
So I'm just having to sit closer.
We'll put it on a bigger telly.
The bigger
Telly.
I'm joking, guys.
But
that fish is next level. Looking forward to seeing the development of that this year. And the reason for that is because is it going to load? Fucking technology, man.
I played it when it hang about. They just stopped sharing it, and then it played a second ago. Oh, I know why. It was still trying to play the other one in the background.
So once I bought that fish, it went into Makoto's, one of the breeders' top pond. So that pond there is full of all of their A starfish, basically. And you get a better idea of how big it is. And that's gone into their premium mud pond. So I'm looking forward to seeing where that comes back.
So has that gone into the job lot where it's gone into a mud pond where it's going to be growing on with like 30, 40 pieces job?
Yeah, so that pond there is Makoto. I'll show you who Makoto is so you get an idea, because there's 3 breeders down in.
I take it everything in that pond that's there will just end up in one mud pond.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's same area.
Yeah. They're all massive in there, though, aren't they? Even at that stage.
Yeah, that looks like it's 50 to 50 odd cm, 60 cm already, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, that's why I said, what's your budget if you want to spend a few quid? You've got a potential fucking masterpiece.
That's at least a fiver, isn't it?
No, potential masterpiece. If you just wanted a tancho, mate, I've got some banging tancho as well.
Can't be. It has to be a tancho Sankey. I wish it was just a Sankey, to be fair, but it has to be a tancho.
What you going to do for Christmas once you've done that? Christmas is going to cost you a shitload, man. You've got to better it, because that's
I've
just
been
a
saving for this for ages.
What I want to know is if you're going to fucking wrap it up and put it under the tree, how do you keep it alive?
Jiffy bag.
Oh, okay. Jiffy bag with a bit of water in it.
Right.
So this is Makoto, this dude.
This is another link coming through, isn't it?
No. Actual photo, mate.
And a classic black and white as well. There you go.
Yeah, I've done a little bit of sneaky photography when I was over there. But that's the that was when I struck the deal with him. There's a photo coming through now. So
there we go.
A little bit of history with a fish. Always nice. Actually, my first Azakari, that was.
Your first one.
Yeah, man.
Which means there's more than one now.
Yeah, I've got a few. Yeah, good point.
Balls of ears.
Yeah, one of them, Goshki Sankey as well. That went into the All Japan Koi show.
Do you know those other Goshki Sankeys, the ones that Matt had that he showed me at the National? Was the Goshki Sankeys then, Matt?
Matt's muted.
Well, that's because Gaz is making too much noise. He's like going.
Oh, it's all right. We can't hear Gaz. We can't hear him. He's facing away from microphone. He's a professional.
So the Goshiki Tanche.
Yeah, they were really nice, to be fair, mate. But I kind of like indirectly asked him after that. I was like, "What do you think to Goshiki Tanchos?" And he's like, "Nah, Tanchos, thank you, Dad." I was like, "Okay."
He did at first one. He was quite taken with a normal tancho, wasn't it? But then when he's seen the tancho Sankey, that swung it for him, didn't it?
I can't remember where he saw
So
it.
I can. It was
I can't know. I know exactly where it was. Yeah,
it was down in my shop on the last bank on the left, and it was the first Tancho Sankey that I auctioned.
Yeah, it was a stop. Is it that you did down there when you spotted him down there?
No, it was so he really liked him at that point. That one the pinnacle point. I think it was before then, Crafty. I think it was what the time that you gave him, the
Oh, the little model.
Which was way before then.
Mm.
And then I think he's then come home and looked at them and gone, that is actually what I want.
So I inspired him. He likes the ones from my shop. So actually, I think there's a trend building here.
Or, as he's a young lad, why don't you buy him a Jinbin Tancho Sankey that's got to flourish and grow like he's going to?
Sorry,
If you want that, I wouldn't go to Matt's because his don't grow, mate. They're all pipe bait.
Do I get personal, Crafty?
Let's get into a bit of koi appreciation, eh?
Yes, please do. I'm looking forward to this.
So am I.
First one up.
Remember, they're not my fish anymore, Matt.
First one we've got then is from Gaz Jones. It's a little Deutsch Sankey.
Do nicely with all that.
That'll do. Shinoda, baby. That's his first one. And then his Benny Guy. I remember this fish. This was from the auction.
Yeah. Sakazumi, I think.
Be good if you could remember the prices people got them at, Craft.
I could tell you, mate. I've got a spreadsheet on there, actually.
Smooth Matt there from Twisted.
Let's have a look.
Yeah. What you want is a fish that will develop with your son.
Exactly.
And is this the... Is that one of the... Oh, why is that not going bigger? Oh, big thing. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Can't do it any bigger. That's as big as I can make it. Oh, hang about. Hey, I lied out my ass. Five-step Kahaku.
Got good kiwa. Is it kiwa? The back scales.
Yeah.
Good kiwa.
I don't remember that fish.
It's not one of the Momotaros, is it? That
it could be, mate. Yeah,
from the grow out event.
Yeah, it could be. It could. Well, I don't know if it's a grow out event one, but it definitely looks. It definitely got that hue to the Benny.
You've had a request there, Crafty. Marcus says, Crafty, send Gaz the video of my Tancho from the auction, please. Oh, sorry. No, not Tancho. Takano.
Takano.
What's Kiwa? Right, Phil. Kiwa is the back edge of the pattern on the Benny. Kiwa, if you remember it as Kiwa, this is Lee actually said this, and it's a proper good way. Kiwa, as it goes, there's been away from you, has been the back. So the Kiwa is the back pattern of the scalation that goes around on the Benny plate. And then we've got the front one, and I always forget the name of that, which is
Sashi.
The sashi. Yeah. The sashi is the front piece, which normally shows as underlying Benny to come up.
A sash.
So you got a sashi on the front, Kiwa at the back. And then we've got the Saroji, which is the white, and the Benny, which is the red.
Why don't we just say the front, the back, and the rear?
Don't Kiwa go with, because we're being traditionalist, Matt. And if we're going to have some inspiration from the Japanese, we should also go with what they dictate in the terminology. And Traffy's just scared the crap out of the dog then, trying to throw it.
Mate, it's making me trip.
Oh, no, the Kahaku was from the auction. Benny Guy was purchased in the shop with the Sanka.
There you go.
So you've got the other one then, which would be the skin luster, which is the Tsuya, and the shine of the fish on the fish, which is the Terry.
The Terry. Oh, Terry.
If it was a Sanka, you would have, or if it was a shower, you would have the bit that's by closer to the knuckle, which is the Motoguru. And then in a Sanka, which you have a little line, is Tejime.
Tejime.
And right then, what's the other one, right? How's the right way of saying it? If you was to have a Karashi guy with red eyes, what are the red eyes called?
Fuck no, it's red eyes, mate.
Akame. I don't know how it's pronounced properly. I don't know if Akame.
Yeah, it probably sounds right, mate. That.
And they've got the red eyes. It's classed as Akame. But you don't get red eyes often in a Kako, obviously. But there you go. So it was from the auction, and the Bendigo was purchased, and the Sankey in the shop, mate. So that's one of your
nice. It's got nice. Are they called rays in the pecs? Is it? Is that what they're called? Where you can see the lines in them. Looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah. Nice fish. So that's our first contender. Gladiators ready. Roof Rotten bought 27th of July.
Oh, I remember she posting this from Midstaff, wasn't it?
Yeah, perfect aquatics auction from Midstaff was 29 cm, now 35.
That wasn't that long ago either, was it? She's done well with that. Oh,
It's got some good body to that.
Like that one. Well done, Crafty.
That's a nice fish.
Yeah. That's the way.
Maxwell.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a steal of a price as well. I've done a little mini auction.
So that's 6 cm unheated, I think, roof is. So 6 cm in a matter of months.
when was Midstaff? That one that long ago, was it?
That's only about 2 months ago, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, May, end of May, I think it was.
Oh, and the Yamabuki organ as well from Roof, same date. 28, now 35. Oh, Roof, that's nice.
That's from the same batch as yours, Gaz.
Yeah, it is, yeah. That's one of the...
Izmir.
Yeah.
It's nice, that. I like that.
Tell you what, Roof, you've done really well with them, mate. Them bodies are looking fantastic.
Put some good body on it, hasn't it?
Yeah. Can you hear my dog?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can, mate, yeah. Is he playing with ball, chewing ball?
No more now because you're doing that.
Now, these ones, I persuaded this gentleman to buy. This is a nice fish. This was from Perfect Aquatics, purchased from the budget pond keeper, Chris, at the Newark Koi Show this year. Along with its little counterpart there at the side.
Man, look how good the Benny is in that Goska though.
Yeah. Even though that's a full head pattern, that little scoop out the front of it, which brings it right.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I quite like that. That's a nice fish.
They're both really nice, but I think I'd take the Goska any day of the week.
Yeah. Kawakami, that.
Yeah.
You know.
That's coming on well, that, mate, isn't it, already? It's looking nice, that.
Well, they do, mate, don't they? People need to listen to what's being said, don't they?
He did. He bought it. I sold it him. Told him it was a banger.
Yeah, it's a banger, mate. All of them fish were, mate. But yeah, nice pattern in that fish.
Yeah. 25 cm both. Not bigger than the 25 cm. They've got a good body to them.
Looks like you got a female on the other fish as well.
Yeah. Now this is Aaron's Kahaku, which was from the Momotaro grow out. Not this year, last year.
You know something? I kick myself. All these fish, in comparison to other dealers, have been cheap as fucking chips. Look at that. That's banging, Aaron. Well done, mate. You won a prize for that one, didn't you?
Yeah.
What was it? Best quality? Or...
Yeah.
And actually, that's the video that you used, Aaron, in it when you sent it in. So I would imagine that.
Why aren't we seeing it now?
Why aren't we seeing it now? Because I was in London, mate.
How much more has it got?
I want to see how much more size it put on.
That's a growing season almost.
Yeah, it's. I plan to get it out soon. It's looking amazing, to be fair. In fact, I did get it out about 4 weeks ago when I was on a video call with Gaz, didn't I? You remember?
Yeah.
It is looking really well, but
When we were looking at the two, the Momotaro and the
that's it. Was looking at the difference between what
Benny.
Saki colour had done to the Momotaro versus the Dainichi, and this is a million times better.
And a million times cheaper, yeah?
No, the Dainichi was cheaper than that.
Oh, we got another question to go back to there. Look, Tony Barker's NND show a 21 cm in May 24 42 out of 42.
Still got a bit of work to do, which is nice.
Look at that, man! God damn, that's put some body on it and all, hasn't it? That's really bulked up.
Yeah, that Sumi's still got plenty of development to go as well.
What's he done? 18 cm this summer on that. That's amazing. That, isn't it? What you can do with heat.
Mate, Tony does extremely good stuff, mate. He does extremely well.
About an inch a month, you could do quite easily.
That's 21 cm.
42 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flipping heck.
Oh, sorry, I was reading the 24 for May 24. God almighty.
Yeah. Flipping heck, man.
Yeah. Doubled its fucking body frame, mate.
Yeah.
Good pictures as well, Tone. Well done, man.
Sakai Company 37 cm.
Oh, yeah, I remember this fish.
That's nice.
You know when you don't want to sell fish?
No.
That's
Don't
the hobbyist in New York after that.
Don't trade as a koi dealer.
Mate, I could be shit, but it's like, nah, not for sale, that.
That's another banger as well.
Another fucking load of body on there as well. Well done.
Now we've got
go to the one at the bottom first.
Yeah, this Michael Thompson before 12 to 15 cm in January. I'm guessing he bought a whole batch off you. Perfect. Bought in perfect auctions. All these fish.
No. So these ones that he's about to present.
Right. So they're in amongst this.
Yeah. So Tony, he come down to buy a load of fish for his club, which is a really good club, the Crouch Valley Club, and he bought them on the first amount of toes I got in from Shinoda, because I think I've had 6 boxes of them this season. I think it was 3 or 6, I can't remember now. And he come down when they first day to come out of QT, had a pick of the pond. I think he pulled out 40. I can't quite remember. I think it was about 40. But he then takes them away, and then within a matter of weeks, this is how what they turned into.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Where are these from? Shinoda?
They're all Deutz Go Sankey mix. And this is a real good advert to show if you he spent, I think, 20-30 quid a fish.
Wow.
He bought a bloody shitload where what some people would spend in just like one tozai or a nisai, grew them out and then had a selection of the ones that he wanted. The rest he sold on to his mates. So
The ball shrunk there, Jig says.
Which one would you have in this bowl?
Right. Well, we can get them all into a... There we go.
Fucking hell.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5.
Which would you pick?
Definitely 5.
5.
Bottom left corner for me.
No, I'd go 5.
I would have said this one, for me. Number 2.
I like that nearly 3-step pattern.
I'm saying that though. Now that one's...
It's a slimmer fish, and just like the head pattern again.
Yeah, 5 stacked in it.
Yeah, don't forget it's a Deutz fish though. So Solid head pattern as well. That's a bit of a markdown in a show. You know, when you've got them fish, you can be choosy in which one you keep.
That one dead middle me. That's
Yeah.
right. That one.
Yeah,
That looks like the one in my pond. That
Bang at that. Yeah, the one that you got from George.
George, yeah.
Saying that the one at the bottom of the screen now looks
Saying that, all of them are bloody good fish.
They are bloody good out there. They are all
the one playing
Yeah.
centre of the screen now is, yeah, that's a contender.
Which is your least favourite at the top lot, then?
Stop it now. Very left one.
Yeah.
I think it's too front heavy.
Yeah, there's not enough. There's not enough going on here, is there? In colour.
If I was going to pick a second, it'd be
The middle one.
That for me again. Too,
no,
not
the
enough.
one above it I like, where it's got the break on the head pattern.
Yeah, I like
I like that. I think it's really even.
I like the two at the top.
In fact, them two facing up now, right then left.
So you go that first, then that.
Yep.
If I were going to drop out one, it'd be that one, then that. Yeah, I think out of the five, those would be my two pick, but that would be my first. Slimmer fish because it's Deutz, so we can get some more length to it. Hopefully, then that way it'd be not turning into a rugby ball.
So mine would be on the left first. Pick.
That.
Nope.
That.
Yep.
Why? Just personal preference.
Body shape was still balanced with the pattern. There's a huge amount of Subo Sumi in there in the tail as well. Personal preference. Second one, pattern wise, you know, if you go and showing, you got to look at body first. And your body is always the first thing that you're going for. Then you're going for the skin. Then your pattern is only against something that is of equal standard. So you know it's the middle one would be second.
That looks like the cleanest, sharpest on the Benny pattern.
That'd be my second pick, and then the third would be the one above it. The other two I'd get rid of because of the solid head patterns.
But credit where credit is due. That's good growth, and they all look good.
Yeah,
but that's just preference and selection.
30. There you go.
And then we've still, even now at this time, we got people, right? People still posting fish. Every week it's the same thing, same people, Simon.
That's good. Let's keep it going.
Right then. So Michael Thompson's bought in perfect auction again. This looks like it's going to be.
Man, I can watch Kahakus all day long.
Momotaro, that. Absolute fantastic fish.
That looks like it stacked some size on an owl, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's got more body, but that's what you expect, man. That's when people are looking at the fish. I need to remember that's what their job is when they get it home. You know, it don't take long to body a fish out from a dealer,
unless you live in Yorkshire and unheated. Again,
sack on.
That needs a bit of water in the bowl, that, doesn't it?
Again, that's going to stack it on.
Mm-hmm. You can see it looks a good size already. Right?
That's got to be 55, isn't it?
I think that's a big fish. That's easy 55, isn't it? That? Marcus, NND DK Shura from the Perfect Aquatics. 20
let's have a look at this.
On arrival. See comments for the now.
I don't know if I want to see comments.
No, I don't either. I know it's a lot flipping bigger than that. Anyway.
My one in my pond is absolutely smashing it.
So no, but a little tiddler there. And we're going to go to the replies. That's bodied up well, hasn't it?
Fuck me, man.
Crafty, I out sending you mine in at the end of that.
No, neither am I.
I tell you what, I'll send you, Crafty. I'll send you a picture of my set. You can have that as the entry.
Mate, that's fucking massive.
Nice that, man. Look how the pectorals have receded back like they have there. The Motor Guru shrinking back. That's nice as that. Sakai Co 29 CM on arrival, August 24. See the comments for the now. Oh, this is going to be nice.
I hate this bloke.
Man, I'll tell you what, if anybody wants to know any tips about how to grow some fish and how to get size on some fish, there's a fair few people that post the fish in this on these Thursday nights that know what they're doing. And Marcus is one of them. Goddamn, watch this. That, I mean,
Was that on an auction, that one?
that's 29 cm now, then, and now it's 36.
Was that an auction fish, Craft?
Yeah,
Yeah.
6, 7 weeks ago.
How much was that?
7 weeks ago.
I'll have a look in a minute. I think it went for about 350 quid, I think.
Wow.
But if you take full price, man, you know what that fish should have gone for is between £700 to £900 as a tozai, as the tozai that it was. You know, and this is where I get a little bit frustrated that I see other auctions where fish go for the value they're supposed to go for, and mine don't always do it. So, but I'm a man of my word. So,
But it shows what they can produce, and this this craft at the end of the day, this is testament to what you're saying, mate.
Oh yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, mate? You know, and that's part of the reason why I stick to my word. Like, you know, it's because the fish do the talking at the end of the day, don't they?
Yeah, but this is showing you when you're selling the fish to say what it's happening. You only have to look at these to say that it's actually happened.
That's nice as well.
Mate, this is a banger.
Is this Stevens? This one?
Stephen Wiles, I think.
Yeah.
It was only a couple of weeks ago as well, isn't it? This one,
Yeah,
a couple of months ago.
yeah, about 5 months ago, I think. 5 weeks ago, I think.
Where's this from, Craft?
I can't remember off the top of my head, mate. I think Casse.
It looks like my Cassie type of style, mate. Same as mine, very similar looking. Kahaku.
Banging.
Okay, body on that, man.
That's
Is
my
that
number,
Matt's away?
that's my number one so far.
Yeah, I'm going to just say so, mate. That's got some right profile to it.
Just gonna have a wee. Don't go too many.
This is really good to see, to get to. Lorraine's Skelding says, not had a bad one, Crafty. They're all exactly what you say they are. You won't know I just said that, so you'll have to catch it on the rewatch. We shall put it up for him. That's a very nice. So far for me, I'm down with that one as being. Oh, a little bit of bling.
Thank you, Lorraine.
There we go. I saved me reading it out.
Yeah, so you've probably got a fox in the chicken coop, darling.
Little Vicky, 26 cm. Oh, flipping heck. Is that one that Me, you, and Alan picked Vic. Shit.
Say how much you paid for that.
Vicky, type in the comments. How much was that fish when you got it? Because that's 31 or 32 cm now, isn't it?
I think I remember how much you paid for this.
20 quid.
Really?
Yeah.
Jig says, Crafty, that was a fast pee, mate. Sat down, did you?
Mate, I can't sit down on it. I wouldn't get back up.
That's nice, that, Vic. Oh, shit. We have another question there as well. Simon Shears says, Ginrin Hiyotsuru was taken about 3 weeks ago, so has progressed. And we'll check out the reply. This was something a bit different.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
But I tell you what,
I
this
didn't
fish
think this would take off when I picked it out. But I'll tell you what, that looks fucking fantastic, man.
does, doesn't it? It's getting some real nice body to it as well.
It looks big, that. How big is that? How big did he say it was? Or did he not say? No.
That I think
32 cm on the
35.
vid. Now it's now 35 cm to date.
Yeah.
And that's it in June 19th. That's done well, that man. That's done some.
Okay.
Vicky says, go to replies. Everybody's confused me with the replies.
This is Marcus, this.
Marcus,
Marcus
I
has
can't
started it.
send that video, mate. It's too large. Do apologise, mate.
And this is Vicky's. Oh, wow, that's come out nice now.
They're doing banging, aren't they? The bodies on them, man. Still plenty to do on that as well.
That looks like that's about 34, 33 cm as well.
Yeah, looking about 33, 34.
Yeah. That's done nice, that Vic. That's got some nice development, doesn't it? Because there was very little Saroji coming up on that. We got another one. Oh, and the 28 cm.
Nice.
I don't remember buying that.
I don't remember that one either.
Secret.
Secrets. That's really nice. That's a nice fish. When did you get that?
I like that.
I don't remember that, do you?
I don't even remember the fish. In fact, is that at
At the show. That's the one.
An ND, I think.
That's the one I picked for you. No wonder it's a good one.
Is that an ND?
You remember the first vat, the first big
yeah,
vat?
I shouldn't have gone in. I was an ND. Thank
Yeah,
you.
those were the bigger ones that were in there. I
So,
said, look, it's for an absolute bargain.
They went into the wrong vat.
Yeah.
At the show, they retail at £165, and she got it for 50. I think 55.
Yeah, she did. Daz and Vicky said to me, "Do us a favour, Gaz. Pick me one a Sankey out of there." And Daz, what did Daz get?
And I've got a video of Makoto choosing this fish in his top 6 of the Sankey that I picked up.
Yeah.
And you got it for fucking 50 quid. Wounded.
And another one. Another Shinoda.
I like that one more.
My God, that one's even better. Pattern on that's lovely.
That is brilliant.
Did pick some good ones, didn't we, when we were down that day?
25 quid.
That's going to look nice in your pond when we get that done, Vic. That's a belter. That's very similar to the one that Ryan's put on earlier this evening, with a little bit of orange through the peck. Ofuchi Bene, Kikikuru, and Yamaguchi Showa.
Oh yeah,
This is Rick Howard.
Yamaguchi Showa is fucking dirty, mate.
That's not last auction. That's the auction before, isn't it?
It is for the Deutsch.
Showa.
The show didn't sell in the auction, and Rick contacted me afterwards, and I honoured. I didn't honour. He didn't go for the money I wanted, and then Rick called up and said, like, "What are you after?" And he bought it. I think I was looking for an extra 50 quid in the auction, and no one put it down in order for me to release it. So, but that's definitely female, isn't it? That top one.
100%. Looks like it's already holding egg and all, doesn't it?
Mate, it's fucking proper as well. That one was when I pulled it out, everyone was like, "Where the fuck did you get that from?" That
yeah. That's ready for spawning. Shinoda Hiyatsure and Shuru Atsure, Case Showa,
Kasei Showa,
Arahiro, and
Uchiba.
A Case Showa and an Ochiba.
Rick.
Yeah.
So Rick showing at the Birmingham Young Show as well. I remember that Achiba.
And that's another one of the NND Shuros.
Yeah, that's one of the NND Shiros from the Grow Out event.
I remember the Achiba. That's the one with a little window on its head. When you said it's got a full head pattern, but this little window and it just breaks it up. Yeah, I remember that. That looks female too. That looks like you might be holding a bit of spawn.
My Shiro's not getting posted on that.
Yeah, you've got to feed back, man. It don't matter. Cold ponds, warm ponds, they're all different.
New Forest Koyasaki?
The Asagi New Forest Koi, that's what he was asking. Have I got a video? I have, but they're too big to send over on Facebook Messenger.
Mizzy Ogon, now 55 cm.
Oh, thinking about it, I might be able to do it that way.
Crap. And now we're going to go all the way back to top. Yeah. And the Platinum Ogon 40 cm. Oh, I remember that one as well, Eric. There's a screenshot of a screen, but obviously we don't get the quality of the. But yeah, I do remember that's a very nice fish, 40 cm Platinum Ogon that you got. That's about 2 or 3 auctions ago, I think.
I wonder if that's filled out a bit since then.
That's the one. That's the one, Crafty, where we had the Deutz Platinum Ogon and then the Platinum Ogon.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
I've got quite a few really good platinum, like probably too many to be fair.
That's all the fish that we've had sent in, right? I'm going to say for me, it might be a couple more. I'll just double check through on the actual normal photos, but for me so far, I mean, wow, body on that Stephen Wiles Kaku.
I remember this fish as
that's
well.
stacked, is that? That's looking good. That.
Yep.
Look at that.
I need to look at Marcus's
flipping heck,
Akaiko Sankey as well. Yeah, it's banging, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's nice fish, that, Stephen. It is a beauty, Larry. I mean, that's got everything on it. Body, luster, pattern, stacked. And a knee sack.
Can you pull Marcus's up again?
Which one?
No,
the other one.
Sakai Coke, the other way.
You see, I'd sooner have that.
No, the Kahaku beats that.
The Kahaku, I mean, the development on that is really good, but the Kahaku body and the development on that is...
I mean, they're different. They're slightly different in age as well, so you can see that in the body. So
I'd sooner have my Kahaku for that one, but that one's double, triple the size. But if I was having any other fish but my own, it would be that one.
Yeah, that's got it all, man. It's a beautiful fish.
Yeah,
but-
mega that.
There's
Yeah,
a lot of
Arcu
fish.
takes it,
There's
that.
a lot of really good
Mega.
fish there. That if they all come out, stacked like that, there's a lot of good fish there. A hell of a lot of good fish.
Vicky's Kahaku's Sanki's mint as well.
That's
When
it.
when that profiles up,
Yeah,
that's
that's
gonna be
very nice. as
very
well.
nice fish.
Looks like it's got some more sulmy to come on its left side as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it's not finished yet, is it? That's the thing.
No.
That's what you're judging against. You're judging against different age and
Best Torsai.
That's
can't change it, mate, can you?
that's
Best fish of the night is the Kahaku.
Best
What
fish
you-
of the night, without a doubt.
What are you saying then, Matt? You've been quiet, man.
No,
These-
these are three of your fish, mate.
Yeah, they're Rick's, aren't
These
they?
are the three of Rick's, aren't they? Well,
Well-
no, Rick's, yours, and another gentleman's.
Andy's. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
baby.
so the one on the left is
Which
female.
Which
Is it-
technically, though, Crafty, when it comes to the Grow and Show, two are disqualified.
Cheating.
I'm
All
happy
of
to
them
do that.
Because
The only reason I particularly bought it was my support to Crafty, and
Yeah,
also that Ricky wanted a male.
yeah, but for the entrance purposes of the competition, you haven't grown it on, and nor has the other gentleman, so you're both disqualified from the crawl.
Good.
And Rick is, because he
Right.
said it's unheated, but it's in a polytunnel.
Still unheated, isn't it? The thing is, I'm going to have to.
It's funny, though, because
There's good development in them, mate, aren't there?
Yeah.
Rick
well,
said he'd only seen lips on him for the last 6 months.
yeah,
well,
but
when
this
we
is
was
what
down there, I
we
put
were
feed
talk-
in. Couldn't see
we were
him.
talking about water changes and the quality of the water and everything else. And
Exactly.
If Ricky was online now talking here, I would say exactly the same. The conditions of the water was absolutely shocking.
I reckon the KH had shot out of that water, hadn't it?
Yeah, well, which is why he had to do what he had to do and getting them out of there just to change it all. But it just proves that it's not necessarily the quality of the water that does it, but it's the experience and knowledge like Ricky has got of when is the right time to bring them out and put them into fresh water to start to bring the sumi out.
That's nice.
Yeah, they're Ryan's. Don't look at Ryan's.
Yeah, that's all right. That was sneaked in. There's our guys. I may refresh that just in case anybody else has sent any more through.
Didn't Simon send one in, or did that get brought up? So
I emailed you a video, Gaz, because it was too big for, but I don't know if you can do anything with it.
Yeah, that is nice one. I'm just checking them, make sure that we've definitely got them for. So you've emailed me a video.
Yeah. But you might not want to put that all over YouTube, is what I'm saying.
Not bothered, mate. It's on the worksheet. Yeah, and it's on my phone as well. Bollocks.
Yeah, that's right. Don't worry. Yeah, them others are too. The files are too big to send on Messenger.
I can't wait to see that with somebody on it. I think that's going to be a nice fish.
Skin's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, man.
You know.
Both of those fish are nice. We get some size to them.
I've got some feedback on one of the on the Ginrin Kawakami Goshki that was sold. Yeah, I'll tell you that was that probably my second choice, mate. To be honest.
Yeah, that's got. I've got to say. I mean, I am partial to a Yamabuki, but that Kahaku was good, and I'd put that for a second place. The body and the development on that, because I've seen that fish when she purchased it as well, and I've seen it in my own hand when we were doing the grading through. That's put some good body on that. I just hope I can do I hope mine's has done some justice to it as well.
Yeah, look at the cover.
That's done some good.
Fantastic, man.
As lovely as that, Roof. Some nice fish tonight.
That Ginrin Goshki, I had feedback if entered into a show. You know the guy that bought it and then didn't pay for it?
Yeah.
And we re-auctioned it, that fish. Well, I had some feedback from quite a well-known judge who said that it would be a difficult fish to beat in its class in a show. And if he had a pond and he was a show person still, he would have been bidding on that fish to win it. So whoever it was that won it first time and thought it had been hard done by, there you go.
This Lorraine says this wasn't shown for some reason, but it's a beauty. That's it was. I showed your Kaku, didn't I, Aaron?
Yeah, Aaron's got done.
Yeah, because that's the one that he got best
Yeah,
quality.
he's had another growing season.
Yeah.
So it probably would have been in the running, Aaron, wouldn't it?
Yeah, in all fairness, by the time I got back from London, it was getting on for dark, and I wasn't starting ragging fish out of the pond for doing that then. So
Nigel said you've missed this.
he sent his in Messenger. It was popped up on the right.
He certainly did.
Vince didn't send his in that he bought off me. I think it even took an award at the National.
And there is said fish from Nipping Koi.
I've
Yeah.
lost you.
I think he took that for 25 quid or something.
Was there another one? No, we got. I'm sure this did send two. No, just the one. 19 cm from Crafter. There we
Yeah.
go. That's the only trouble when you send it in Messenger. You don't. It downgrades the quality. That's why. Yeah, that's what pisses me off. Same when people send me through in WhatsApp. WhatsApp downgrades the quality, and also you don't get to see the fish as good as they are.
But what you could do is go on Facebook and have a look at them in a better quality on Facebook anyway, because it also downgrades it when you bring it up on the channel.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Even more.
But the beauty bit is now is we are streaming in HD 1080p, so the quality is better than what it has been for the last couple of months. So instead of it now downgraded, see when you do a live, it downgrades to 720, but at least we're uploading in live. Whilst we're live, we're in 1080. You put your kettle on, love.
Yeah.
It's coming. Wait for it. Wait for it. That's the next words out of his mouth. It's going to be.
Matt's got a duck. I've got a chick
Where's your chick?
in the bucket. You want to get it?
Yeah.
Actually, then
I raise your duck with a chick. So that is this evening's
so
appreciation. Next week we're gonna. What's this? We got
little Vicky.
bantams.
It is. Yeah. I got more bloody animals than I can count.
Now what's this? That's a silky.
No, it's an Orpington.
Oh, is it Buff Orpington? Has he got fairy feet? Yeah, it has. Yeah. And what's yours? What's them? Are they Welsumers?
These are Pekin.
Peking.
Pekin fucking lovely to eat.
Peking duck.
Don't traumatise it.
Crafty. That's a cockerel.
No, please don't say
Yeah,
that.
it is a cockerel, mate.
That is a cockerel.
You can see
What is
straight
a
away.
cockerel?
It's already got the comb on it, said. You can already see it. When they're born, when they get to 2 to 3 weeks old, if you start seeing the comb coming straight away, then it's a cockerel.
We can only breed cockerels, mate. That's all we ever fucking get.
It's so annoying.
I think, Crafty, to be fair, you'll get a different ratio. If you incubate to 32 degrees, you end up producing more cockerels. If you incubate between 30 and 31 degrees, you'll end up with more pullets.
Yeah, but the chickens brood their own.
Yeah, they do.
We let them do it naturally.
Yeah.
Unlike you then, Crafty. Artificial.
Oh, that shit, mate. Worn mine out.
Are we going to go with koi appreciation again then for next week? And seeing as we've got Matt still on with us, Matt, would you like people to do a koi appreciation with how he kois fish?
Yeah, I'm game.
There we go. If you could all do us a huge favour next week, if you can share us the pictures of fish or your favourite fish that you've picked up from Howie Koi, and we'll do a koi appreciation for Howie Koi next week, and then the week after we'll do exclusively koi for our Ryan as well, and then shall go.
How about doing then? If we got a best of tonight, a best of Ricky's, best of mine, best of Ryan's, we'd do the best of champions.
The champions versus each other.
Yeah.
Well, we could do that. What I was going to give, we could do that, or we
Do that as a side hustle.
as a side hustle. Yeah, we'll do that as a side hustle because I don't want to exclude any other breeders that are any other stores or companies that are out there, and that the public then can just turn around and decide if they want to use, anybody else and say, right, this is a fish that I picked up from here. So we're not being, biased.
It's a shame for Crafty though, because he's had some banging yellow monkeys and stuff being sold, and none of them have appeared tonight.
Yeah, but it's what's appeared, isn't it? It's just what
it is. What's turned up on the day.
It is what it is.
You might not get any from me next week.
Saying that, if you need to find that fucking Gucci Sankey I've just sent in that Marcus bought.
Yeah.
Or the Coda Tancho.
Oh, hang about. What we got here? No. I thought there was some.
That got shaky that's come in.
No, we haven't got no more. There we go then, ladies and gents. Get Ricky Stoddart. You're good. Do anybody or whatever anybody selects, mate. If anybody wants to do whatever company, we can allow them to do whatever they want to do. I used to show Orpingtons, Bantams at top level in the country. It's quite big. It's quite a big thing, Bantam showing. Do you know how Bantams came about? Let's see how much Nigel knows about Bantams. Then, Nigel, can you tell me how and why the Bantams? Because most Bantams have a small counterpart to the standard large size chickens. So, how and why did the Bantam become? See if you can tell me that one. Answers in the comments if anybody knows. Don't be Googling it, Matt.
No, I was trying to send you a picture.
I heard your keys going.
Because I know the answer.
Do you know the answer? Let's see if
I'm not
it's
saying
right.
nothing. Or
Any idea, Nigel? Great night from Gwen. Again, guys, thank you all for and good night. Take care, love. Speak to you soon.
See you soon,
See you
Gwen.
on the next one. Any idea, Nigel? Let's see if mine and Matt's idea or answer is the same.
It won't be. Totally random.
Traditionally, right, if we're going back to old age days, the kings of the lands used to come and take all the large hens for the banquets and for the feed and to feed the kings. So people started breeding smaller bantams and smaller hens because they was too small for the king to feast upon, and that's what then became the staple food for the common people. So bantams came about for that reason.
Do they taste like partridge, do they?
Now they taste exactly just the same as the other, but they was too small, and they produced smaller eggs, so they were no good for them, for the kings, because obviously they wanted big feasting meals, and the common poorer folk had bantams because they were a smaller bird and they never wanted to take them, pretty much.
And another answer to that, guys, is in the 1800s. They used to, up until probably the 1940s, they used to use them for rearing the partridge and pheasant eggs.
Yeah. And another thing, if you live in an environment where they turn around and say that you can't keep hens, you can keep bantams because they're not a full size then. So you can have bantams instead.
Quite partial to a partridge.
I got a few of them.
Old English game bantams. That's what I had, Vicar. Old English game bantam. And Wyandottes are lovely. Wyandottes are a lovely looking bird. Anyway, we're going way off the topic of koi, aren't we?
I don't even know what any of them are. I'm just
I've
nodding.
got to admit that the Wyandotte plumage on the Wyandotte is absolutely stunning. Anyway, that's another topic for another evening and another channel, all about bantams. Right then, guys. Go on.
I was going to say, what do you think of having a koi show or something similar in the southwest? Because everything from Bournemouth down to Land's End to Bristol has nothing.
I think it would be a good idea to have as many different koi shows as all over the frigging country, mate. I don't think we have enough of them. I'd love to see loads more of them, to be fair.
So does anybody like the BKKS, if you were to provide the land, do they willingly assist in tanks, etc., etc.?
You remember it? I can work with you on that, Matt.
Because
I can work with that.
some of you know my location. I'm literally out in the middle of nowhere, and I've got a 10-acre flat field right alongside us, which belongs to my neighbour. And we've been given permission for one weekend to turn it into a showground, in effect.
Have you got places for people to park?
Yeah.
Have you got a place for people to camp?
Yeah. We've authorised that as well, and we can camp.
Talk amongst yourselves while I go to a place.
Just a place.
Just a place.
What do you reckon, then, Crafty?
Yeah, it's like I can.
Because
I'm sure I can work a bit of magic.
I would love to do something here, not just for me, but for the koi enthusiasts locally, because there was nothing. You know, even like when we went up to the YouTube Fest. You know, it's a fair old trek, and you're not going to get people from Devon, Cornwall, driving up that way. And there was nothing down here at all.
Mate, there's it's going to take a bit of planning, mate. But it's definitely something that can be done. I think what you got to look at is the like one of the biggest overheads is the cost of water and getting it down to your end as well.
Yeah, well, the water side of it is good because it's straight from the borehole, so it's good to go. We don't have to chlorinate.
Yeah, but there's certain there's certain politics, mate, that we've got to consider because of. I'll talk off camera, mate. There's certain things, all right. That's not. It's sort of what happens in the background when you're planning in a show with regards to the water quality, where it comes from, etc., because you're potentially putting people's fish into the care of whoever owns the show. There's certain welfare issues that you have to take into account, and part of that's water. So I think we'd have to look at where that bore comes from, what the parameters are, etc., in order for it to be passed to allow it to happen.
I had a club offer me the use of 40 vats if I ever wanted to put on a show.
Mate, there's plenty out there, mate. There's plenty of things that you can do out there. With vats and things like that, it won't be an issue. There's plenty out there where you can hire. There's a ruling with the BKKS, so and hiring vats out. But if you're not a section, I don't think it would apply because it's in the BKKS rules about hiring. But there's a separate document for sections and what they will do and what they won't do as part of sections. So part of that is supplying judges, applying VAT water testing and things like that. So it's definitely something I'd work with you on, though, Matt, if you wanted to get it up and running.
And I'll be there to support, mate, and help you out and all. 100%. I'll definitely be.
I just want to try and do something for the day-to-day average koi enthusiast.
Mate, the thing is, it could be an open show. So the Southeast show is not a BKKS show. It's a private do. But the JSC still supply the judges to it. There was a BKKS club at one point, and they broke away and went private. So, they've got all of their own stuff. They've got their own venue. But why not? I mean, one thing that you've got to take into account when it comes to the showing, you've got to look at time frames between shows. So there's one thing that frustrates me is when you look at the timings of shows. A lot of the majors will be well spread apart, but then the smaller ones come in between. But that also means that people can't re-show fish because of the 30-day rulings.
Yeah, the 30-day rule between what? Yeah.
Again, why not do one at the beginning of the year? I know the temperatures are playing against us, but there was nothing.
Would it necessarily have the same hindrance as that if you weren't part of the BKKS doing it, though?
Yeah, well, even with
would you still have to adhere to those? Well, yeah. Obviously. For those that were
show rules, isn't it?
Yeah, the show rules, yeah, obviously, yeah.
But, not belittling at all the BKKS, why can't we have individual judges that have the experience, knowledge? We got Crafty, we got Ricky, there's loads of different people. Lee, Ryan.
No, really, you want to steer away from that. I think because as dealers shouldn't be judging fish because there could be, I'm not saying there would be, but there could be a certain element of bias as well, especially if you know that fish belongs to you. Okay, so and I think that them rulings are in there for a reason. However, there is something that you could do with regards to awards, which is allow a certain award where the dealers could then choose a fish that they think
dealers award, YouTubers award, whatever you wanted to put in a little extra additional categories.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like the friendship award.
Like the friendship one. Yeah,
and we say about New Forest that what we've got of New Forest is they are the starting post. Take this sort of broad spectrum, but they are the starting post, the most koi enthusiasts, affordable, good quality fish, and then they move on. Why can't we do a show that gives everybody the inspiration to do better and not feel like shit? I will openly put my hand up saying years back, I would never have taken a fish to the koi show because I was always scared that I was get laughed at. Well, why should it be like that? Why can't somebody get judged for what they've done with a fish, like what we've just seen tonight with Crafty's fish?
Yep. I mean, to be honest, mate, I don't think that. Can you bring that down for us, mate? Because you're dead small on my screen, guys.
Well, we can when we've done what I would like to do, which is help the gentleman and then the individual, and we can go back to this topic because this is a topic that has been chewed over for a while. If any ears can just quickly cast your eye over that little picture there. Matt Bailey has asked, "Hi guys, can you and the panel tell me what these white spots are?"
It's white spot potential.
As in literally white spot.
Yeah, it could. It potentially is. You'd need to do a scrape to confirm it, but looking at that, there's a chance that is advanced white spot. If that goes untreated, that would potentially spread over the whole of your fish and kill it.
Do a scrape, mate. Get it on the microscope. If you see that you've got like a jelly-looking type of thing with loads of fish twirling around on the inside of it,
it will move really slowly.
It looks like a planet, doesn't it? Spinning around like gases spinning around on the inside of it. If you see that, mate, treat accordingly for white spot, bud.
It's in the spot. Have a look on the tips of your fins as well, because not only over the back of the head, but generally it will start on the tips of fins.
Yeah, fins and tail done it as well a bit. Yeah,
but
as you were, gents.
That's better. I can see you all now. I can't remember where I was. Oh yeah, about showing. I don't think it's so much about being worried about being persecuted for the type of fish that you put in. If I'm honest, I think a lot of it is having the ability to transport. People getting air in the bags and getting them in boxes, and but it's quite a simple thing to do. Bearing in mind, as dealers, right, when you take your fish home, you take it in a bag of water with oxygen. Boom.
Do they? I don't. I just chuck them in a bag, no water, no oxygen. Get on. It's your fish.
But that's the thing. It's like people get worried about bagging up, when actually you do it when you buy your fish from a dealer. No matter what, it's exactly the same sort of transport method. So there's nothing to be worried about.
That's why I'm thinking that with the Southwest, I know, biased comment, we're smack right in the middle of everybody, and ship a fish up to the national whatever is a big old task for anybody to do. Where because there's nothing in the Southwest, what a golden opportunity, and I'm not saying that I want anybody ever to do it, but they're going to be that close. They could put them in a bag with no oxygen, just air, and be here in an hour, and in a tank, and the fish are going to be perfectly all right.
The main things, mate, right? When you start looking at the planning of shows, okay, if it's outdoors, you've got flat ground, right, where you can create a centre ring. You've got your water. The biggest cost is the ground. The second biggest cost is marquee hire. Okay, so if you can eliminate that, the fact that it's outdoors, you've got to be able to provide a bit of public shelter, or not. It depends where you want to go with it. But the two major costs, one you've already eliminated, which is ground. The water cost, it's not a huge amount if you was to buy it in, like via a pump.
Yeah.
You're probably looking in the region of potentially 12 to 1,600 quid for probably £2,000 for 40 vats. To ensure that there's a decent amount of water changes going on, the water quality is kept good. On top of that, you will need water teams. You will need fish health specialists, right? The judges, and this is all the background of the shows, right? Where people don't realise all of these appointments happen because of the care of the fish. You then got to have biosecurity, as you know, mate. But then you've got to have your biosecurity vats available. You've got to have hospital vats available. And then you've got to think about how you're going to do the awards, stickers, and then the benching, etc., etc. However, if you open it up to make it a dealer event, like yourself, me, Rick, if that's what you wanted to go down, where we could sell, or if it's just a show, it's about covering the cost. That's the main thing, because bearing in mind, the dealers supply X amount of money, subscriptions to the club supply X amount of money, people visiting supply X amount of money in order to try and cover that initial outlay. So
if I was to have a piece of paper and wrote down the key points, what I wanted to do, the top one was to basically bring it home. Not bring it home to Harry Coy, but bring it home for the hobbyists. It's affordable.
A new area.
That's more accessible. Just want to be able to give everybody, I know loads of people, customers, whatever, that they love their fish, they love their hobby, but they would never ever take them to a show because of the distance involved and the stigma of actually, is my fish good enough?
You say that, Matt, the distance involved. I mean, it's a ludicrous statement Most of the fish that they've got in the ponds have come from Japan.
Well, no. It's their love of their fish and not wanting
Yeah, no,
them
but
knowledge.
you're talking about the traveling distance of taking fish 300 mile max.
Yeah, but
There's nothing to worry about if you've bagged them, boxed them, and oxygenated them properly. As long as you know what you're doing and you're doing, somebody like you could show them how to go about doing it. If they want to come down, you could do a couple of lessons to show people how to bag.
I'd do educational videos, mate.
Yeah. To cover it through. It sounds daunting, but it's not as daunting. Really, how many times have any of us gone and drove 250 mile back home with a fish from a dealer's when we've bought it and not give it a second thought? And we come straight home, acclimate it, boom, it's in his ponds. It sounds more daunting than what it really is, but in the realistic terms of it, it's not all that. You can put conditioners in your water. You can have conditioners to add to your water to prevent ammonia levels. There's lots of products out there that can make it a lot more safer for your fish for traveling and doing that kind of thing.
Yep. But that's the educational. If we were, we could actually make them educational videos to help people understand how it works. The big thing is people that show have to. You've also got to look at your benching as well, right? So there's quite a lot. So when it comes to planning, you've got your benching, i.e. pre-benching, with your rules stated on top of that people have to adhere to. Right, you've got to have a platform where they can buy the vats as well. You've got to have your list of your people that are showing, people in reserve. On top of that, you've then got to have a benching team, right? But when you do the benching, if we use, if you're able to use the BKKS or the JSC's programming, that will then obviously categorise the fish into the varieties, etc. That will then also say there's X amount of fish in this variety at this size and this size and this size and this size. But you also, when it comes to the judging, you have to book the judges well in advance so they can be allocated. And on top of that, what awards the show will be doing as well. So, there's a huge amount to think about, but I would happily help you, if you want to go down that route, even if we was to get like a skeleton sort of pamphlet put together that we want to work against and then work from that, mate. But I'd happily help you, mate. Even if it comes to putting a few quid in as well,
Thank you.
Sounds like a brilliant idea to me. Yeah,
because obviously all the years I've been doing it, there is nothing down here. For us to go to one of the shows is 3 to 4 hours drive, whatever. Which is a little bit.
If you make it a private, open show, if we could get the JSC on board or whatever, I know that the BKKS, I'm a subscriber to it. I pay my yearly dues on it.
Yeah,
and they're a close knit that follows a set of rules. So there could be some politics that get in the way, but I know the people that we can work with to see whether or not there's anything we can do. If the Southeast can do it, like this weekend, right, there's no reason why someone else can't. It's just having an understanding of, what needs to be achieved in order for it to be allowed, but yeah, let's do it, mate.
I think it'd be a really good idea because we're central to Southwest. We have the facility, as in the ground here, to run it all. People can have the free camping, etc., 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 and we can make a different one in the sense of like even Maybank Holiday. It's totally the opposite end of where everybody normally would, and it's a good kickstart to the.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, Matt, as well, that you would definitely get a lot of support and a lot of people wanting to be involved in it. And I don't just mean showers. I think you might be surprised the other people that you might get involved in it as well. When you're saying like dealers and such, I think you might get a fair share of people that would be interested in coming and being part of doing something like that as well. As it's another event for them to sell products, dry goods, wet goods.
The main thing is the costings, isn't it? You know, I agree with you. Like for where you are situated, and there's nothing there. If you've got the grounds, then you've already overcome the biggest cost and the best hurdle, or the biggest hurdle. You know, on top of that, I don't know whether it's all in a private area. Is it? Would you have to apply to the council to allow them to give you?
Yeah, that's one thing that it is privately owned, and I would have that agreed, and it is agreed already anyway. We've already arranged for access in on one route and access out of the grounds via.
So we've already started the ball rolling, haven't we?
Yeah, if you ever come down here, you'll see what I mean. Literally, yes, we got one road coming in, and it would be a nightmare in the sense of cars having to wait for somebody to travel half a mile down the track to be able to go back out again. But we've arranged already that you'll be able to go out through another gate that will take you up onto the main dual carriageway for a different route. So it'll be straight in, park up, and go out again.
Yeah.
A good field that would be ideal for camping, marquees, show vats, the whole lot.
Yeah, mate. It's like, you know,
I just want to do something that, you know,
I've been quite excited, mate, to be perfectly honest.
I just feel I just feel that as
Something's missing down your end.
yeah, and as dealers, we've all taken our joy from it. We've all got our salary that we've all paid ourselves. Why don't we try to give something back to the hobbyists that have, you know, they've spent their fucking fair share of their pocket money and their week's salary, etc., etc.
You know what's even better? Dealers can work together to achieve it.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. Some possibly not, but most, yeah.
No, but we, you know, it's the standpoint, isn't it? Some possibly not, right? But we're nothing to do with those people that don't. We can show what you can achieve if you all put your heads together and work together.
Yeah.
That's the thing, Si. What you're saying there is the trouble is where would another show for in most people would be preparing their fish to take part in the national as the first big koi show of the year. This is exactly what he's aiming at. He's not aiming at the big people for the big koi show. He's aiming at the people that have never showed before, would like to show before, and are from down that area that don't want to have to travel as far up to be able to go to a
or you know, compete on the competition stage of the national.
Yeah.
You know, for first time showers, even if they were fucking 85 cm Kahaku, maybe they don't want to be surrounded by those people because they feel a little bit intimidated, and not everybody wants to be involved in that. And I agree with you, mate. It's not for everyone, but if it breaks the ice to allow people to get that confidence, then
to get involved.
Yeah. And at the end of it, if you got 10 people, 5 people, 2 people that come out of it, and they've all gotten an award, will that give them that inspiration to go to the national and show that fish? Because they're actually, fuck me, excuse language, but it's easy.
It's probably easier than you feel.
Yeah, exactly. So the next minute you just found yourself, you got, you know, and they don't even have to be winners, but you potentially got.
You can answer your own question just by Googling it. How far are you from Exeter Airport?
Hour and a half.
There you go, 90 minutes.
Or Bournemouth Airport, an hour.
You know, for those people that don't know, whereabouts are you down? Is it far from Dorchester?
Literally, Dorchester is 5 minutes. That's where I originated from. So I've got 4 generations that lived in Dorchester, and I broke the ice and moved out here 3 years ago and set up. And yeah, loving it.
Now you're looking to take over the world.
If you go onto Google Maps and find out where we are, you'll see that we are literally just surrounded by acres and acres of woodland and pasture fields.
Nigel just put in there, my first national this year was shitting myself, but all good. Well, I mean, where's the fear factor come in showing fish?
I think it's just the stage, Gaz. What you got to remember is the national is the premium event of the year, you know. So it's.
Do you think it's something that you should get to that level with, though, that you're shitting yourself? If you think your fish is good enough to show, it doesn't necessarily mean you think your fish is good enough to win. But if it's good enough to show, it should be there because you want it to be there to show your fish to everybody else. That's the idea of the show is not necessarily
quite a nerve-wracking experience, though, bud.
It is. And, we've heard people say in the past, like, why is that bloody fish there?
Yeah, but that's opinion. And if you were afraid of opinions, then you shouldn't put yourself in the limelight, should you?
No.
Well, you should.
But if you're gonna sit there like a shrinking pilot going, "Oh my God, somebody's got an opinion about me," then don't put yourself in the limelight because there's going to be
in a position and overcome the fear.
There's not opinion of you guys, there's opinion of your fish.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, mate. That we all do that, don't we? Everybody that walks around a show does that. Every single one
what's
of
dead good. What's dead good is when you have verbal opinion of fish, and you don't know whose vat they are, and quite often, I know people have stood quite near their vats listening to what you say.
Yeah, I've
They
had that.
They don't let themselves known to you, but
I've had that a few times.
yeah, but there's not wrong with it.
No, to be fair,
criticism, as long as it's constructive.
Even as much as the other side of it, where you stood talking to yourself, or talking amongst yourselves, and you think, "Look at that, man! That's absolutely stunning." And I've had personal emails sent through saying, "You don't know who I am, but I was stood at the side of you while she was looking at my vat. Thank you very much for the nice comments you made about my fish." At the end of the day, most fish that are there because they're of a good standard and a good quality. And if you're going in with your fish to take it in for other people to have a look at and enjoy, that's the main thing I would take away from it. If you got a result, got a rosette, wicked, even brilliant, you get something else out of it. But the understanding of being there to be a part of it is, as they always say, it's the taking part that counts. It ain't the winning.
See what
winning's better, obviously. But
what the koi show scene needs to appreciate is that people stop showing. Whatever fucking reason, it matters not. If they stop showing, that's another vat that becomes available to somebody that can show.
That can show, yeah.
Right. So
for everyone that steps out, somebody steps in.
So what you got to remember is, at one point, the person that stepped out was showing first somewhere, and the quality of their fish at that point was not at the point that they finished their show career. Right. Yeah. So what you will see is a natural circle. Okay. So you'll get a load of seasoned hobbyists that do it the first time, and then they do it the second time, do it a third time, do it a fourth, do it a fifth, and one will drop off every year out of 20 people. So what you'll see is the quality of the fish at shows will increase, and then slowly it'll drop off. And then as those people that then come back in to start showing start to appreciate the fish, will start to have a better understanding of keeping fish or bringing fish onto show
and bringing them on more,
start increasing again. All right. So you will see peaks and troughs year over year of the quality of fish that's on show. And it's merely because new people coming in will not necessarily have top end show quality fish. Right. But 3 or 4 years time, yes, you use Lee Hadfield as an example, because he's gone from that to winning a couple of the majors, right? His fish weren't at that level at the first time he showed, and it's the same for absolutely pretty much everyone, with the exception of the GC at Newark this year, right? But, it just proves you can do it. But people that in the hobby scene, they can be quite vocal about this ain't good, that ain't good, but you've got to understand that it peaks and troughs, and people have got to start somewhere.
I'm not laughing at it. Matt just sent me a picture of the duckling that's fallen to sleep.
Dribbling.
It'd be interesting to get some feedback from everybody online to what they think.
Wait, well, I don't think you need feedback, mate. I think what you need to do is just fucking run with it.
Yeah, and don't be put off, mate, about, oh, it's going to cost this, it's going to cost that, it's going to cost this, it's going to cost that, it's going to cost this, it's this hard, it's that hard. At the end of the day, there are enough people out there that you can get information and enough people out there with the knowledge and experience in the background to be able to tell you what you're going to need to do, what you're going to require, which we should make it relatively simple process.
Matt, you've got access. You've got access to everybody.
Exactly. Yeah.
Need to, mate. I promise you, it's like I've got access to whoever you need.
But it was like when we went to YouTube Fest. You know, we were all there together. We had a great laugh. Ryan, actually, it was funny. He said to me at the end of the day, he said, "Do you know what? I've had the best day for years up here playing with you lot, and we do all get on. So why shouldn't we do something?" You know, I'm quite happy to limit it to, you know, the people that we see in the group. You know, Ryan, yourself, Crafty, and just do something and give something back to the hobbyists.
Yeah, mate.
You know, like what we said earlier on with Marcus. You know,
this is pretty much what I was saying last week to Ryan. For me, this is a bit I would love to see. I would love to see a more community-based show put together, so that one, people like us and everybody else that's had an opinion will get to see just how difficult it is and have an understanding of what they go through doing it. Like Nigel's saying, it's a difficult job, but if Nigel can do it, I'm pretty sure we can all do it.
Oh, mate,
I don't mean that's not insulting Nigel.
No, mate, anyone that is in the koi hobby that has took a fish from a dealer and put it in a pond can do it by bagging it themselves and taking it to another pond. It's not hard.
That's what I mean. It's an achievable idea for everybody to be involved in. It's easy to do.
Like what Top Chags has said there. That'd be cool.
I like the idea of an actual koi festival, sellers camping, mate. That is a wicked idea. That's pretty much what we turned in the weekend into, innit?
Yeah,
that's what we pretty much did collectively as a small group. And the show before, Matt, where we all had a good laugh, we had his own little night's entertainment, a few beer, and to grow that each year, or to do it by growing his own show and putting on an event like that, that'd be mint, man. It'd be absolutely fantastic.
Put the comment
we got loads of stuff going on here. You know, obviously with Weymouth from West Bay down there, that the whole family, that's what we said about the bank holiday weekend in May. Everybody can come down and they can make a whole weekend of it, whether it be at I call it the showground rather than here. And the family can do whatever they want. You don't have to feel restricted into one place. You've got loads of options and make
you might struggle with bank holiday weekend in May, mate.
This comment there, a show in itself is a must. There is a massive hole down there. I don't understand how you can even say that. There is already 2 shows down south.
Where?
No, it's on about down that end.
It's southwest.
It's still south. It's still south. There's lots of bigger holes up north, up east, and west than what there is down south.
No, you think of like from Southampton.
To go from Brighton to Southampton is about 2.5 hour drive. Probably more, actually.
You got nothing at all from Southampton up to Bristol, all the way to Land's End. So a massive area.
And South Wales incorporated. It wouldn't take long from South Wales to get down to yours.
Yeah. No, well, I regularly get customers coming down from Wales because it's literally an hour and a half, hour and 3/4 to get down to us. You know, the trunk routes, as we call them, the A303 is easy.
Mate, look at the amount of support coming in already, mate.
Yeah.
I'm not looking, but yeah, I do honestly think that
you're getting things like, if you build it, I can DJ free of charge. I can bring food units, blah blah.
Exactly. I mean, that's the kind of thing. But when we're talking about the grand scheme of things, like from the top of the country to the bottom of the country, it's 837 miles. It's a total of 14 hours and 30-minute drive. The UK is not that big, man. When you break it down, if you're walking, it's a freaking long way. But if you're driving it, for people that are coming from, you know, like up in Scotland to come down, if you planned it, it's a drive down of, you know, 6 hours on your day one, 6 hours, stop over somewhere, 6 hours on. The thing is, everybody looks at this as being an event, Matt, like you're saying. It's a 2-day event. But there's no to say that you have to make it a 2-day event. You can do it as a road trip, stop off in a few places, have a night over, and make a week of it, and come down, you know, be there for the back end of the construction of it, be there for the beginning part of the deconstruction of it, and then make your trip back and turn it into a week break, a 7-day break kind of thing. There's no to say that you have to do it as just a 2-day event, do it in one slam all the way down and one slam all the way back up. Do you know what I mean? It's what makes it more enjoyable.
You can get an internal flight for less than petrol.
Yeah. The other option I got is that I'm really friendly with
Can't put your fish
the
on.
ground owner to one of the shows that have over a 2-day event, over 60,000 people attend. And I've always said with the nationals and all of the shows, why don't you incorporate it into one of the big shows that have been held in the county? And you imagine 60,000 people all walking through. Yeah, a big proportion of them aren't going to buy a fish, but how many of them are going to be potentially interested in the hobby for the future, or you know, they've never actually.
Even if it wasn't for a retail, even if it weren't for a retail thing, mate, just a show thing.
Yeah, exactly.
People come and have a good time, you know. Is it? You know, the thing is, soon as you put retail on, that's me not able to help you set up because I've got my own fish to look after, blah blah blah, and serving customers all day and all that shit. You know, it takes away from the show, but it all depends how you want to do it. You know, happily do it either way.
Why can't you have a store with all your retail items in?
But I'm not saying you can't. It's just the fact that when you've got a shop, you're not mingling with people and enjoying yourself. That's what I'm saying. Like from a personal, like selfish perspective, rather than working, be part of it. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, at Newark or at the National, you don't see the show fish, mate, because you're constantly working. So, you know. But either way, I'll be happy. You know, I'm happy to show, innit? It's a show. I love koi, love shows as well. I think they're mint.
Yeah, the atmosphere when you're there amongst your mates and a good group of people. Well, I touched on this the other night and said there was a certain somebody that asked a certain somebody what they took from. They used to go to a lot of the show scenes, and when they went to the show scenes, they enjoyed it and blah blah blah. They haven't been for a long while, and they started going again and was asked, "What did you take from the show?" And actually, what they took from the show was the environment, the getting to meet people and making new friends were what they really took from the show. Now that says something when people get together and have such a good time that they make new friends and new groups and new relationships blossom from it. And on top of that, you're enjoying a great, fantastic event that's been put on as well, which just ticks it off, doesn't it? Good night, Helen. Thanks for joining us. But that's what I like about it. The fact that more people are growing in the community from it. Because at the end of the day, I know we all do this all the time, don't we? We all sit and natter and talk like this, and seeing it as it is and growing, getting more people involved in it. I just think that just grows from strength to strength to strength. So,
yeah, me too, man. You know, one thing we've got here is a great platform to make things work, right? And it's about having the positive attitude to push things to achieve them. That's what. You know, too many people can stop at the smallest hurdle. You know, it's easy to get round hurdles.
I've had somebody that's asked a question saying, when Matt was saying earlier, we could use judges from this, that, and other, and you were like, well, why not? Why not go down a different route with judges and get your own? Because doing it a different way.
Yeah,
it's done in Japan like that, isn't it?
Well, crafty
to an extent. To an extent, using dealers as judges as opposed to well, I know it's a mixture of both, isn't it? There's judges and dealers that are judges in Japan, isn't there? So what about a combination of both?
No. Well, yeah, there is, but mainly the breeders, you know, that they're already straight in as part of the judging panel anyway. You know, it's
Me personally, I can't see why you can't use the hobbies figureheads, as we call them, to do the judging. I really can't, because
It would be interesting just to see what the difference in the results would be.
Yeah, especially if you kept it separate.
Oh,
so
why not have
the way that I see this is that we've got a panel of judges, right, that struggle to hit, like for training, for example.
Oh yeah, that would make
when
sense.
you start seeing like the limited amount of koi shows that we've got in the UK, if we could create one that can be judged, it becomes another event.
Another one that would help towards
towards growing the new lot of the koi judge scene, you know, and helps them through their training package, you know. I agree with what you're saying. I wouldn't have no problems going around judging, all right?
Why not best in both worlds then and have both?
Well, I was just about to say, I keep using the phrase "bring it home." Why don't we use the trainee judges to do the judging?
But
why couldn't?
But this is what
somebody like Alan Tate.
But this is where them conversations, right? So this is what I'm saying. It's all about if it's a private show, all right. The JSC may not even agree to judge it, right, because of XYZ ruling that we can't meet or whatever. That's the sort of thing. So I'm not saying you can't or we shouldn't, but I think it needs to have more conversations. So if we do something, we've covered all options first to make the decision, you know, because actually it may lead to more political issues further down the road, right? Or it may have been done before and there's been lessons learnt from that we don't know about. So asking questions and getting answers, right, is the way that we really should go about it. So we don't make ripples in the water and upset something somewhere, right, that creates havoc for the whole of the show community, irrespective of what show it is. Because there's people out there that are looking to do anything to stop shows, mate. So, you know, I think that we have to be quite mindful, you know, to ensure that we're drawing a line under it. And if we're going to do it, we do it properly, so we're not creating issues elsewhere, you know, speaking as a politician.
Yeah, but sometimes we don't need to be politically correct, do we?
No, that's my point.
Thoughts too. I know what you're saying. I've got. If I don't sit here and be both sides, then it only just becomes one way, doesn't it? I don't see as why the two couldn't combine side by side each other, where we could say. We could have those who are an official, wicked. That gives them the opposite side of the scale so that they could do all the things like you just said there. But then couldn't we have a fun aspect side of it to make, I don't know, 10 YouTubers be judges or 3 YouTubers be judges and then 3 good dealers being judges and having a small, you know, obviously still got, because obviously then you're going to learn and they're going to learn, and the people that are doing the stuff every day, proper showing, judging, we're going to get to see just what's involved within it and what difference it would make and what difference.
Okay, so I'll throw this back in the mix, right? Let's say Ryan, Alan Tate, you. That's your judging team.
When you say you, who's you?
Gaz.
No.
Right? You've got a very strong-minded, opinionated dealer. You've got the truth, mate. Ryan is strong-minded. He's got his opinion. He sticks by it. and he's got an opinion and he's a dealer. I'm not saying that as a negative. Okay,
No, but I think with Ryan needs to come in.
And then a cricket bat.
No, but I'm just throwing 3 people into the mix, right? Is that going to work? Absolutely fucking not. Would not work one iota.
Why?
Would not. I'm telling you now, it would not work. And that's because you're looking at different standards on what you think is the best fish. Alan would be judging for the fish now. Ryan would be judging for the fish of the future. And Gaz would be looking at the one that he likes the best. Right?
Yeah, it's right. Yeah, it's true.
The
Right?
absolute
And
banger
there's 3
award.
different fucking standards.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Right, how do you come to a decision? You'll like shower A, you'll like shower B, he'll like shower C. Which one fucking wins?
Well, then
gets
you go. That would be the bit where you'd have to go where confer between you each other, and then turn around and fight it out.
Or you score them. You score the fish. So you have a maximum of 10 points between 3 fish, and you score them, and then you add up the scores from the 3 individuals, and that makes a winning fish.
Matt, can we just address the one individual that thinks the whole show runs around Alan? Alan, right, from Scotland, it's an 8-hour drive. I'm sorry, mate, you put it in capital letters, which obviously means it must be read out because Alan's Alan. For Scotland, it's an 8-hour drive plus fuel and overnight stay. And an 8-hour back, it could have had a week in Spain. Well, then take yourself for a week in Spain, mate. But you ain't going to be seeing no koi show over there, are you?
What the fuck's that even mean?
Trying to make was
Who
that
cares?
you can make it more than, and it doesn't have to be a drive all the way down there in one.
And you've got to spend a week on a hotel. Week food, week drink. You got to buy brand new clothes and trainers for your flight.
Yeah,
right.
You got to have your airport outfit.
If you want to go Spain, fuck off. I'll go down rainy Dorset and judge fish. I'll be in my own.
I was meaning in the sense of, Alan, that obviously you can go down there, you can be a part of it, you can do it, and you can make it as in a 2, 3, 4 day trip and have a little bit of fun within it. By being there on the Thursday, if you set off on Wednesday, drove down, stopped overnight somewhere, and give yourself a 4-hour, 5-hour drive. The UK to the total length from top to bottom is 837 miles. Right, I do that 4 times a week.
Have you walked it with one of them wheels?
No, I just use Google, mate, and RSC do it for you. They tell you that's what it is from top to bottom of the country. It's not that far of a slog. Most lorry drivers do that 6-7 times a week.
Yeah, Gaz, I'm going to send you
£28 return.
You'll be shocked
from Humberside to Scotland.
Yeah, but you can't.
I can't put fuel in the car for that.
But you can't put your fish on plane.
Yeah, but you don't have to show. It can still come down.
Yeah, if you were going, that's what I mean. And I was meaning for people that wanted to take part in it or wanted to be in part of it. It ain't that big of a distance. It ain't that big of a journey. When you think about fish that come over from Japan and they do it over a 24-hour period, they're bagged up, oxygenated up. You can do it quite easily, and the fish will be perfectly fine.
Gaz, pull that map up I just sent you, and it's shocking. And this is what I mean about the Southwest.
I love Howie when he gets serious.
I am. I fucking.
I am.
See him.
I tell loads of people, if you had a camera inside any of my sheds, you would hear me say it loads of times. I'm a hobbyist. I want to give back whatever I take out.
What we're showing them on the map?
I don't need to do this for money. I do it
because of it. Map of England. Everybody's got a rough idea what it looks like.
Look at that. There's one BKS member smack in the middle of the Southwest.
Oh, yeah, mate, 100% I'm behind you all the way for doing it. And when people have said in there, you ought to make a koi club as well.
What's that map for?
BKS members in the Southwest. Well, the map I had was a whole UK. You are on their craft.
How do you know that's where? Is that on the BKKS website?
Yeah, mate. I can send you the full one if you want it.
Of all the BKKS members, or just dealers, or what?
No, that's clubs.
No, dealers.
Sure, dealers.
Oh yeah, I've seen the dealers one. Yeah, I don't, but yeah, that says it all, doesn't it? So what you're saying is you want to show just for your customers.
No, not at all.
I'm joking, mate. I'm
Don't
joking.
even fucking. Hey,
Because yours was the only pin down there. That's the
look,
only reason.
how much is left?
Well, you only
I think,
started.
I think it's a wicked idea. I really do. And Matt, I encourage you to try see if you can get a koi club down there as well. Get people involved in it, because those people that join the club will probably be your main people that will want to be involved in putting together the show with you, alongside you as well. You'll get loads of people that will be interested and want to volunteer towards it.
And I'll probably say something that I shouldn't have done, but it'd be the result of the alcohol. I tried to get involved with a club, and the club was booked in to come here in the afternoon. I don't know whether you were shaking your head saying no there, Crafty, don't do it.
No, mate, I'm looking at the comments like that, mate. Don't worry.
I had a club booked in to come in. I cancelled every single appointment I had for that afternoon so that I could give a one-on-one with all the members, and they did a no-show. And so, but there is clubs local. The Dorset one, for instance, I go and do a talk to once a year.
I mean, there's something. Top Jagger's putting a point that we're missing a point. If we order a fish from our koi, the fish would come in a bag and a box anyway.
Well, you'd be lucky for a box. I've seen how he packs.
But that's another point, Matt. I mean, I've had fish sent up from you. They travel perfectly fine, mate. Not an issue.
Yeah,
So there's, it's not for me
Yeah,
thinking about travelling down with my fish to your show. It's just reverse order, isn't it? It's not a big deal.
How it works with us, my driver that works for DX, he messages me every morning and says how many boxes. I tell him how many boxes there are. He tells me what time he's going to pick up. So if he's going to pick up at 3 o'clock, I box up at 2 o'clock ready for him to pick up. I got a guy right in the peak of Scotland, and he'll pick up at 3 o'clock, and he'll message me in the morning at 8:30, say, thanks, Matt, received a fish.
Yep.
And that's, excuse the language, fucking amazing. That they can be picked. It is, isn't it?
Yeah, they do that. Yeah.
It's awesome. You know, at 3
I've
o'clock.
got a big customer base in Scotland
Yeah.
myself, you know, and I get there. And in fact, I had a yellow monkey that went out in a box, and somehow the bag got punctured, the box got crushed, the bag got punctured. Right, it's what happens in transit. It's a risk, but you know, they bagged it, rebagged it, right, and then they got it to that customer at 8 o'clock in the morning, and that fish was fine. They took pictures and everything. Shit, this has happened. Apologies. We're doing this. You know.
So I got distracted then, Crafty.
I didn't send you any naked pictures, mate.
No, we got the little dwarf chewing my fat. Yeah, let's do it.
There you go.
He's just sent same to me.
Didn't say anything to me, the little.
We've got a koi show. Let's go. That's it.
Exactly.
And as Ricky says there, at the end of the day, just start it off as a bit of fun and not try to make it too serious first of all. And then if it's a success and there's there's good interest, then make it more of a serious event if it's something we can tie in.
Exactly.
What you've got to remember is Rome weren't built in a day.
Exactly, mate. Yeah.
You run with it, you work with it, right? And you know, you make it a success. There's lots of clubs out there trying to do it, and you know, we mustn't take away from what they try to achieve as well. You know, but ultimately, what's Ryan fucking sending me a voice, mate?
You should be on here, you cricket bat, instead of sending messages.
He'll be laying in his pit, mate.
He'll be in bed with a box of with a Domino's, won't he?
Cricket bat.
And then if it's a success.
As if I'd leave you out, you fucking cricket bat.
Did you hear it? Yeah.
Let's all go to Dorset. Na na na.
Let's all go to Dorset.
He's had a fucking can.
It would be awesome, and the only not negative, but the only woe I'd give is if we tried to make it too big, too serious. I want the average hobbyist, which is probably
you're wanting to encourage more new first-time showers, Matt, out
Yeah.
there.
I think what you do, I think whoever wants to bring fish to show should show, right? But it's on the grounds of this is a fun event. It's not a serious. We're not looking for the next grand champion of Great Britain. You know, we're coming down here. Everyone's got the same opportunities. Off you go.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? It's not all about money or anything like that. It's about the love of the hobby.
Yeah, you know, which has been me. You know, my company has been built through the love of doing it, not because I want to make money. I've made my money.
Have you got a company?
I've made my money from a previous job, and I'm retired.
You retired, Matt? You hanging up your socks? Done? You just now want to do fun?
Yeah, it is. It's
exactly, mate. That's what life should be about.
Exactly. I paid my dues.
The thing is, I know how you've made your money.
Selling my body when it was younger.
Put it this way. You don't have to squeeze when he sits down.
Yeah.
You probably would never see this unless it was the alcohol talking.
Top Chagger wants to know if his one-eyed Saragoy can come.
Yeah, bring it on. We ought to see exactly.
Yes, Top Chagger, it can come, but you've got to blue tack a goggly eye on the other side.
Mate, we could do the most interesting koi, i.e.
Yeah, exactly. Let's bring it on.
Right then, ladies and gents, on that note, because I did say that this wasn't going to be a long one, as I didn't have much more than an hour and a half sleep yesterday, there is plans in motion and ideas ahead. Sounds good. I shall leave it with you, gentlemen, to deal with. Look, everybody's going now. Everybody's on messages out there, backwards and forwards.
I'm watching the feed.
Watching the feed, what we got there.
I'm too old for that. I can't do two things at once.
But yeah, sounds like a brilliant idea to me. But I am going to bring this evening to an end, gentlemen. And he's getting another one now. He's got another voice now. Pack your bag, Shag. We've got a koi show.
From there, yeah.
Got a really good hearing, mate.
Fucking flying. Aaron's can fly, and I'm fucking flying, boy.
There you go. There's somebody else that's well up for it. I think it sounds like a fantastic idea, me.
Thing is, mate, you planted a seed now. You've got to follow it through.
I've been doing this for months, so I know what I want to get to, and I will do it.
All you've got is a fucking 10-acre field.
What more do you need? A 10-acre field, 60,000 gallons of water, 40 vats.
The borehole. Where is the water coming from?
Ironically, yesterday when I come back, I let one of my tanks run down, so the drum thought that.
So what you're saying is you had a leak, right? Yeah,
no, I didn't have a leak, but the RCD had tripped and took out the water supply, so our main tank wasn't filled up with water, so we ran out of water for the whole house and everybody up through the hamlet for the whole day until I managed to fix it. But yeah, and
so in the meantime, you was drinking boiling water out at main pond in showroom.
But it's tested monthly. It is spot on.
It's lovely.
So
yeah, no, that's not saying. Do you know where the main source comes from that ball?
Yeah, 100 yards away from. Yeah.
Say that again. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, 100 yards away from the house. And underground.
Yeah, but where that main source water comes from to get where it is underground, or is it filtering through?
Yeah, it is a borehole, so it's basically filtering through the ground and coming up and sat in a reservoir that's underneath the ground, if that makes sense. And pumped out of that.
Yeah, that's cool.
So literally,
so you don't need to get that water tested to see if it was adequately safe enough to use for a show. Jobs are good at.
Yeah,
well, possibly. That's what I'm saying.
I would do just for the records, but it is tested monthly anyway. Because you think about it, you've got everybody drinking that water, so it's got to be.
Oh, okay, so it's not something you've drilled in yourself and found, like
No.
oil. So your whole supply is actually like all your houses are supplied from it as well.
There's 6 houses in the hamlet, which is over probably a mile
You've got
distant.
visions of Matt going out with sticks.
That's good, Gaz. That is quick.
Searching for an hole.
Cool.
Yeah.
Dig here.
I know it's good because it's for the last 3 years it's been trickle in, trickle out of my ponds.
That's why they've all got 4 heads.
Yeah. Cross-eyed.
Come out glowing. Cool. Right.
Right then, gents.
Come on, I want to go. I want to leave.
Yeah. Usual thing, guys. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining this evening. And thank you all for participating in with the koi dealer appreciation. Don't forget, next week's will be Matt Howie Kois for your favourite fish that you have picked up and purchased from him. Do us a favour, drop them in the comment and keep your eye out for it on Gazza's Koi Pond community. Usual thing. If you've been enjoying this kind of content, do us a huge favour. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Join us again next week for some more of this crazy ass madness. And we'll catch you on the next one. Keep smiling, all. See you on the next one. 1, 2, 3.
Cricket bat.
Cricket bat.
Cricket bat.
Cricket bat.
Yeah. Somebody said hockey stick the other day.
Yeah, the fucking hockey. So that was the autistic one.
Hockey stick.